Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake filling in for Anthony today. Joining me is Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Morning, everybody.
Good
Morning, all.
morning, Maggie.
Still trying to get the
Good
brain
morning.
cells locked in. I don't know. Did I miss anything yesterday? Anything happen at all? I didn't think so. It looks like stock futures a little lower following that big rally Wednesday. Oil back up 5% after its big dive. Everyone, of course, watching to see whether the ceasefire holds. Shai, what are you watching for the news?
So we have a quick updates on what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran deputy minister said that ships are going to need the consent of the army to pass the Hormuz. They must liaise with the Iranian military to ensure their safe passage. As of now, the strait still remains largely blocked as of today, as ship owners try to understand if it can safely transit the waterway or not. We have just 3 ships were observed leaving the region on Wednesday, according to ship tracking data compiled by Bloomberg. Some had links to Iran, and the country's media subsequently reported that passage for tankers will remain blocked after attacks on Lebanon. Now, in normal times, we have 135 ships crossing daily, and we have more than 800 freighters stuck inside the Gulf, mostly waiting to leave. I would say at 3 a day, we're looking at 267 days for that to pass. So we also have the insurer groups are welcoming the ceasefire, but they also want more details to determine if it is safe to transit. And Iran said the precondition of the ceasefire, again, it would have to coordinate with the Iranian army, and Tehran is also charging a toll as much as $2 million a transit for carriers. So added extra costs on that one. And then the big to do this morning on Twitter was apparently Iran's ambassador to Pakistan has appeared to deleted a post on X that said his country's delegation would arrive in Islamabad on Thursday night ahead of talks with the U.S. this weekend. The post had said the delegation was coming despite skepticism of Iranian public opinion due to repeated ceasefire violations by the Israeli regime to sabotage the diplomatic initiative. So some are wondering if they have changed their mind or not since that tweet was deleted. Moving on to private credit markets. The software problem rolling in private markets is about to face a whole new test. We have a wall of debt maturities is looming for the industry, just as the AI threatens to upend the entire business in what has been dubbed apocalypse. I can't even say that. So more than
not sure that one's going to stick.
I know that's too hard to say. More than $330 billion of high-yield leverage loan and business development company-linked software and technology debt is coming due for repayment through 2028, a chunk of that tied to firms owned by private markets. So fears are the worst may not be over for the private credit market. Then moving on to tech, we had an announcement this morning from Meta. Meta is going to commit to spending an additional $21 billion with CoreWeave as costs keep rising. The new spending will run between 2027 and 2032 as Meta boosts its own AI infrastructure while counting on CoreWeave, which rents out NVIDIA graphics chips. This is up from the prior arrangement of $14.2 billion. So we did have CoreWeave spike on this a little bit, has since paired some of those gains. But again, more money being poured into this sector. And then we had the first clue of maybe rising energy costs may pose a problem. We had OpenAI is going to pause their Stargate UK data centers, citing rising energy costs. They said we see a huge potential for UK's AI future. AI compute is foundational And we continue to explore Stargate UK and will move forward when the right conditions, such as regulation and the cost of energy, enable long-term infrastructure development. So keep an eye on data centers and energy costs as well. And then last but not least, we have data today. At 8:30, we have a slew of data. We have personal income, personal spending, PCE price index, and core PCE price index. This is February, so it's a little bit stale data, but we'll still go over that. Initial jobless claims, continuing claims, GDP, and then at 10, we have wholesale inventories and wholesale trade sales. So 8:30 will be the big data dump, and 10 o'clock data, probably not a market mover.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know. Are we still in this situation where it's just headlines on war that's driving? I mean, Craig, did the strength in yesterday's rally, or the big moves, wasn't strength for oil, but change anything in your view? Are we still in this one trade, it's the war trade?
Yeah, I pointed out early in the week how it seemed like markets were crescendoing into, the event on Tuesday night. And so we kind of had seen some, range-bound activity. And we knew the markets were going to break out in one direction based on what happened, whether or not we had a ceasefire or not. And clearly, we had the talk of a ceasefire that really, and I think market participants were relieved. Like, finally, that we're going to put this past us, and we could start trading, this counter trend move, and then ultimately the reality of what the economy and the world looks like on the other side of a ceasefire, depending on whether or not the strait is fully opened or not, and what happens to the supply chain, how quickly do things come back. Let's talk about employment. Let's talk about the Fed. Let's talk about earnings. Let's move forward. And so to hear now that the ceasefire is maybe not a ceasefire. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That's a big sticking point. Ships are not really moving through the strait. Obviously, that's a big sticking point. The uranium enrichment seems like there's some discrepancies there. But look, I think the reactions to prices today are still a little bit more sanguine, right? I think the overnight news that is, would have suggested, I think, even larger moves in asset classes. So to me, it seems like markets are feeling like, we're exhausted by this back and forth a little bit here. But look, I think, again, as we approach the weekend and a potential meeting on Friday or this weekend in Pakistan or not, market participants are likely going to look to hedge up again, because we don't know. The weekends are often bring out the scaries again. And so I think ultimately that's probably what's going to wind up happening. It seems like we're very far apart here on what Iran believes the ceasefire to be and what the U.S. believes it to be. And certainly what Israel wants is important too, because they're the ones who are attacking Lebanon. And that seems to be the big sticking point right now. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like we are out of the fog of war here, and there is certainly still risk that if the strait remains closed or effectively throttled by the IRGC and only a handful of ships can move through, then the supply chain issues we've been talking about get extended for longer. The recovery doesn't happen with any quick speed. And then we are talking about higher inflation, lower growth, and a stalled out economy, for longer into 2026. And then earnings expectations and earnings reports as they come out over the course of the next few weeks are going to dictate, that reality, right? We're even seeing that with the energy companies. Yesterday it was Exxon, today it was Chevron, talking about their production issues and earnings misses. And so I suspect we're going to hear a lot more from corporates over the next few weeks about how they were impacted, how long they expect the impact to last, and whether or not they can achieve pricing to offset it or not.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And you're right. I think the market seems to be, the administration's doing its best to say, listen, these things aren't easy. There are troops all over the place. We knocked out all their communications. The word's not spreading to the front line. Ceasefires are hard. They're not just, you don't flick a switch. And so the market seemed to be, at least for the moment, sort of taking that at face value. Some really great comments in the chat. And Jim, you just responded to one, but it was a great one. James asking, how is Iran, hi everybody, by the way, in the chat, how is Iran blocking anything on the water if their navy is at the bottom of the ocean? I mean, and you answered, Jim. You can share that with everybody for folks who might be listening. But it is kind of a big question, though, I think, as people are trying to figure out what's the reality here.
Well, yeah, I mean, we got drones, missiles, mines, small boats. I mean, guerrilla warfare. I mean, it's still a dangerous, dangerous situation, and it's right off on their shore. They could dip their toe in the water. So,
I mean, I guess, Tracy, there's going to be a real battle for, all of us in some weird way now have to try to be geopolitical analysts and shipping experts. And, I know, thank God you talk to people who really are. That's an extraordinary number if nothing changes 267 days to clear the backlog. Have we felt the impact of that yet? We've seen financial markets moving. Have we actually felt the economic impact of that yet?
Absolutely not. I mean, this is just beginning to come because it takes, I mean, that strait's been closed for 6 weeks now. Who knows if it's going to open tomorrow or a month from now? We don't know. And really, it takes a while for all of this to start filtering down. We're just starting to see this in Asia with fuel shortages and jet fuel shortages. That is going to start rippling across the globe, and it takes time for the supply chain disruption to start hitting markets, particularly all the way here in the States, where we're particularly a bit insulated from it, but we do import a ton of diesel, we do import a ton of jet fuel, so we are starting to see, fuel costs, the airlines saying they're raising prices, and so this is by no stretch of the imagination anywhere near done, and we are just starting to feel the economic impacts. We're going to feel economic impacts from this for months.
Does it start to creep into the data? We're going to be breaking down a bunch of data that comes out, and it feels like it's been such a sideshow, rather, because we're so focused on the headlines. That's what's been moving the markets. And Craig, you can weigh in on this too. Do we have a sense that if we start to see this filter into the data, that markets will pay more attention to the data? Because it feels like it's been backward looking.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the classic, the markets are not the economy type dynamic here. Markets operate on a speed which is rapid and volatile, and the economy moves at a much slower pace. And so I think what we've had here is the markets, theoretically priced in the worst scenario, let's say into the middle of March or at the lows there, and then quickly have now recovered and priced in now a complete look through, whereas the economy hasn't even started to feel the impacts of the strait really being closed, because we've been drawing down inventories. We had an SPR release. You have tertiary stocks throughout the world across a variety of commodities that have helped balance supply and demand for now. And so the real economy hasn't really felt, quite anything yet. I mean, where we felt it, most acutely, I guess, would be at the gas pump, right? I mean, that prices did move there much quicker, really, than they quote unquote should have. And so U.S. consumers and global consumers of energy are starting to feel that, But as far as where corporates feel it and down the supply chain, whether it's in fertilizer or petrochemicals, many of these commodities have months of supply in inventory. You can't really track it. And so it's going to take a while. And so I think we are in that situation where the economy is going to keep feeling this and feeling the brunt of it over the course of the next several months. And it will start showing up in the survey data, I think, first. And so you saw earlier, or as last week, the ISM services data. If you look at some of the commentary in there, it was pretty downbeat as far as the supply chain is concerned. Even the strength in the overall indices, was muted by the employment component. Really came down. Prices paid obviously very elevated, and supplier delivery is very elevated too, which means that we're slowing down the supply chain. Or corporates are looking at shutting or shutting down forward production because they're concerned about their ability to get materials. And so you'll see it in the survey data first. You'll see it in some of the rapid data. I don't think we're going to really see it in claims, but the regional PMIs are probably the first place you'll get it. And then, look, we have CPI later this week. That'll be some of the March impact is in there. Today's February number for PCE won't really capture it, but Friday's CPI number will capture the headline. Month-on-month changes will be 1% or more. And so talking about annualizing, 10% plus inflation at the headline, that's where the data will start to show up. And that momentum there is going to exist for the next few months.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Maggie, if I could pull up a chart really quick. I mean, when I think about the question that you just asked, my go-to is the heating oil market. This is the ultra low sulfur diesel market, and by proxy, the diesel market itself. And we're up 74% on the futures market since this thing started. That's a huge jump up. And that's after this little red retracement that we had yesterday. And we're still up 74%.
That's a ridiculous chart.
It is a ridiculous chart. And you think about all of the applications for diesel. You think about, this is my inflation expectations going forward. I look at this chart, what's happening with the supply chain. I look at this chart. I mean, we got road transportation. I have them listed on the right side of my chart. Off-road equipment, rail, marine. We have heating oil, and then power generation and backup generators. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff here that's going to all of a sudden become more expensive. So this is when I think about the question you just asked about, when are we going to start feeling the effects? I don't know when, but this is going to, no pun intended, drive the bus a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad you listed that all, because you think heating oil and you're like, oh, we're going into summer. So, with Europe as well. So maybe that's but you're really talking about it as a byproduct that goes into absolutely everything. I love it. Greenspan used to count corrugated cardboard boxes. That was like his sneaky forward indicator. Jim's got heating oil, which I think we should all put on our dashboard.
But just to that point, real quick, Jim mentions kind of 75% up for futures markets. If I look at the average daily diesel price since the beginning of the war, we've gone from $3.80 or so now to $5.70. So that's a 50% rise. So, the retail price is trailing the futures market, but it is showed up in, a 50% move over the course of March. And so, if you think the average truck, fills up however many times a week, right? They're early, filled. They were filled up early, full at the beginning of March. Then at the second week, they filled up again, the third week. So this is going to start to, show up in the data for inflation in March and then again in April, right? And we'll start to see this in earnings. So I think we're just at the point now where the economy is going to start to show out the, some of these price moves, but the economy hasn't really showed it in the official data yet. The markets have kind of round tripped it, right? They've said it's really, really bad, and then the worst is behind us, and now it's going to get good again, time to look through. And so you kind of have this timing mismatch where now the economy is going to start to show, the impact, and the financial markets wanted to look through. I think people are looking back at, what happened during COVID as the most recent example and saying, this is why, markets look through. Let's look through it. It's a V bottom, nothing to worry about. I think people need to remember how much stimulus was provided back during COVID, both monetary stimulus and fiscal stimulus, neither of which are the case right now. So to believe that financial markets can just kind of keep gracefully moving through and saying the worst is behind us and kind of go back to all-time highs and say the real economy is just will catch up and it's not a big deal, I think need to remember that the fiscal and monetary stimulus this time, it is nowhere even close to what we had back then.
Recency bias, right? And I'm glad you brought that up, Craig, because there's a lot of chatter on X and other places about exactly that. Well, don't worry, financial markets, that's their job to look forward. But you bring up a great point about it not being exactly the same case. Tracy, curious to get your thoughts on this. I think this is what makes it tough. And I know Anthony was talking about it being really hard trading in the middle now. Like we're back in the middle of this range, and it seems like there's risk on both sides. In terms of oil forecasts, and again, it plugs into what Craig just said about the financial markets moving one way. Goldman Sachs out today, there's a headline saying Brent crude is set to average more than $100 a barrel through 2026 if the strait remains closed for another month, which it's entirely feasible to imagine that would happen. It looks like it's going that way, even if we have some kind of lasting ceasefire. Carly Garner, who I know you have on here and talk to often, I just saw her do a piece, and she is sticking with her forecast that we have significantly lower oil in 12 months. She thinks there could be a blow off top around the May contract, sort of the opposite of what we saw when it went negative in COVID. But then she sees oil moving lower, possibly back down to $30 or $40, which she talked about with us when she was on here a month or so ago. I thought that was so interesting, and it makes it so hard for people to know where to go. Well, I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Well, absolutely. Well, I think she's looking at the chart, technically speaking. She sees that in a technical way. If you look at fundamentals, the fundamentals just don't support that. And you have to remember, too, the Brent that you're looking at.
She might have
on
been
your
talking
screen,
NYMEX, to be clear. I'm not sure. I think she was probably talking NYMEX, but it's close.
Yeah,
enough.
but I just wanted to bring, because you said Brent on,
right.
I just wanted to address the city forecast, or the Goldman forecast that you said
Goldman,
over 100. The Brent that you see on your screen that you're trading is a financially settled contract. It's not physically settled. And that's trading at $98. Now, if you look at dated Brent, which is the actual physical contract, it's trading at $134 right now. So I just want to clarify there are different crudes out there that you are not technically seeing on your screen right now. And so WTI, however, is physically settled. So that's a different story. But with the Brent contract, you have to remember the one you see on your screen is a financially settled contract. There is no physical part of that contract whatsoever. But the fundamentals, and I've been saying this before this all started, 2026 was going to be the year for energy markets, or for oil prices to move higher, because they were low for so long. We were starting to see some maturing in the Permian Basin. Oil prices weren't high enough for drillers to drill. There was no incentive. And so we were going to see higher oil prices on that. Now everybody says, oh, well, we've spiked. Why isn't it drill, baby, drill now? You have to remember these companies plan for, they're looking at 5, 10 years out. Now, they're not going to put that much money into spend if this is a geopolitical price spike and we're back down to 50 in 6 months. And so you're not going to see people drill, baby, drill unless we see elevated prices for 6 months, 9 months. Maybe then we'll start to see some more drilling. But as of right now, to them, they've been down this road before. We've seen it happen before. We saw a price spike, remember last June, when we had that first Iran 12-day war, if you want to call it that, came back down. You saw that price spike when we had the Russia-Ukraine. So we've had a lot of these geopolitical price spikes. Again, companies are not going to invest unless they see those prices elevated for some length of time.
Yeah, it's such a great point, and really important distinction on Brent as well. And this is where we get into that tension between the real economy and the financial economy. And Craig, when you're talking about that real economy effect, what is the timing of that? Right into the midterms in the U.S. We already saw tension with the K economy and, a lot of pressures there. This seems like it's only going to amplify that.
Yeah, look, the president, if anything, he's as politically savvy as they come. He understands the polling data. He knows what it takes to win elections. And look, we're sitting here in April, and midterms aren't that far away. And right now, it looks as though Republicans, it's going to be a bloodbath, right? It's likely that they're going to lose. Certainly they're going to lose control of the House, and they may even lose control of the Senate if this continues. And so that's an environment where Trump is going to get impeached probably again, and he's, it's going to be a mess for the rest of his agenda and his legacy. And so he knows he needs an off-ramp here. He knows he needs to get the economy humming again into the election. He needs to get gas prices down. He needs to get tax cuts through. He wants to do another reconciliation bill. He wants the economy humming again by the third quarter into the elections this year. And every day that goes by, we're getting that the strait is closed and oil prices are high and the polling data is fading. It makes it much more difficult for him. So he's in a pretty tough spot. You can see that's why he's pushing, to kind of say we've wrapped up our military objectives. It's time for us to move on. But, moving on is not something that necessarily allies want. It's not clear that Israel wants that. It's not clear that the GCC countries want that. They want to be assured that protection is going to be, there for them if this ever happens, again. And so, look, the president's in a tough spot here, and I think he's trying to, get Iran to the table so we can get the economy going here again. But that's where the rubber hits the road. We'll see over the course of the next few days and weeks whether or not he's successful at that.
Yeah, you scramble up the risk board. It's not that easy to put it back together when other people have a say in it. It just occurred to me that, everyone's like, I think, looking for that day that we can not be riveted by and on the edge of our seat waiting for a headline about war, but we could very well go into political headline tape bombs because, he's a fire thrower. So going into the midterms, especially if it looks like they're going to lose the Senate as well, who knows what kind of tweets are going to come out. And so I have a feeling we're going to be sort of in this headline driven market. for a long time. So we have to get used to it. But, with that and with those swings come a lot of opportunity for traders. So especially if you're short term and day trading. So at least there's that. It may be tough mentally, but at least there's going to be some opportunity. Okay, we know we have that data coming out, which we'll cover, but it is time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, before we get started, special shout out. We have Engineer Bear, Paulie, and Cooper. Again, the first three in the chat. You guys get a special shout out. You seem to be the first three every morning. Thank you for being part of NinjaTrader Live. Let's go take a peek at the Treasury bonds. This is an interesting amount. By the way, before we even go to the Treasury bonds, if I'm looking across the quote board, it's relatively calm night, except for the energy complex. The energies are up 5% across the board, pretty much, except for gasoline's up 2% almost. Nat gas is down; it's a little outlay, but from a volume point of view overnight, and from a price movement point of view overnight, the equities didn't do that much. So it was suggesting to me a little bit of anticipation going on. But let's look at the 30-year Treasury bond weekly chart right now. We still have that Morningstar pattern. It's still looking potentially bullish, although the shadow on the top of the candle for this week, not looking so good. It's pretty big. So let's drill in and see what's going on here. Well, on a daily chart, we have this 6-day tight consolidation range, right? The top of that range is approximately just south of that 114 handle, right? 113.31. The bottom, the support area is at 113.13. So, half a handle range right there where all the bodies of the candles are. Then we had a nice pop yesterday, but we ended up selling back down, right? So this area, what I'm thinking is this area of resistance that we had now becomes an area of support going forward. It often happens that way in technical analysis. And yesterday was a doji, a complete doji. I mean, we opened and closed at the same price. We had a huge, huge shadow at the top of that candle. We sold all the way back down. And today we really haven't budged, right? We're at 114.06. We're actually a little bit off of where we were overnight. And it's really a critical point right now. That 21 EMA is sitting right there. Are we going to close above it today? Or are we going to close below it today? This could pull all the other markets around a little bit. I look at this as kind of a gauge as well to see what's going on, even though we're pretty much trading crude oil across the board. Intraday, when you look at that intraday 30-minute chart, relatively tight range. Point of control is pretty prominent here at 114.07. But notice the area of resistance. We could not get above that 09 level, 114.09. We just couldn't do it. We tried all night long. Even the top of the London initial balance tried. Couldn't do it. And now we have this kind of long spike down. My guess is there was some kind of news or fake news or real news that happened. We had this long spike down, and we settled back up here in the middle of the range. So I'm going to keep my eye on that VWAP, that session VWAP today on bonds, and then I'm going to look at that high vol level. As long as we're north of that high vol level, maybe everything's going to be okay. That's at 114 even. On the upside, you have that zero DTE. It seems like a long way away. It's not. Zero DTE call resistance is going to frame the top, in my opinion, as well at 114, 16, 30 seconds. And remember, I've been saying we need to close above there to get some really, really good traction to the upside. Let's take a peek at crude oil really quickly here. Crude oil last night was kind of interesting. We had a lot of movement last night, and just go to a daily really quickly here. We're right between that 8 and that 21 the rotation zone, right? That's the EMAs. I call it the rotation zone right in the middle here. Got that from Mike Arnold. 38% retracement, the way I have my fib line. So it's kind of an important level. But that point of control, ever since that the May 9th giant red candle, is still around $95. We're a little bit north of that. That's going to be my guiding level here on whether I'm bullish or bearish on a bigger term picture. Intraday, again, that call resistance is going to be super important. It's at $100. We're below it right now. We can't get any penetration any higher. Let me fix this chart really quickly here. We are above session VWAP though. So I'm looking between that call resistance and session VWAP for price action. Develop a volume node up at the top to see if we can get some price happiness here. But definitely mind the news cycle today and tomorrow as well. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We have weekly jobless claims and PC both out just in a moment. Tracy, you'll jump in when we get those numbers. Craig, you mentioned before the data will probably still not reflect everything happening in the Middle East, but will we get a sense of what the U.S. economy looked like before the war?
Yeah, look, I think the PCE data we kind of know based on the components. And so, look, I think the economy coming in, what was hanging in there? We've been talking about the strength in the labor market, really not massively deteriorating. Even that February print was bad. The March one was better. And so real spending was holding in okay. But, now with more money being forced to be spent at the pump, I think real retail sales will be sliding. So, and the data is coming in right now as we talk.
So we have initial claims at 219,000. 210 was the survey, so a little bit higher, basically in line. Continuing claims 1.794 million. Survey was 1.828, so a bit less than expected on continuing claims. Personal income was actually minus 0.1%. Survey was positive 0.3%. Personal spending was 0.5%. PCE year over year came in at 2.8% as expected, and core PCE year over year came in at 3% as expected.
Jim, sounds like everything was kind of in line. We seeing any kind of market reaction?
No, I mean, right now, I'm looking at the E-mini S&P and the 30-year Treasury bond side by side. We are getting a little bit of a sell-off here on the E-mini S&P. We broke through that VWAP right now. We're driving back down to that 6,800 level. So I would say a mildly negative reaction in the equity markets, just kind of temporarily. I think this might be a little noisy right now, and maybe not indicative of what's going to happen later on today, but a little bit of a sell-off. Bonds also sold off a little bit, but again, we're back down to that 114.01 level from a 114.07 level. So subtle, but enough to notice.
Yeah, maybe people probing to try to get a sense of, where the momentum is. Tracy, we get into earnings next week. What are you going to be watching? I mean, in some ways, hearing from the executives themselves might be another one of the better, more forward-leaning indicators we have. Although, when you have an environment like this, they tend to throw out all the trash, right? Because they get to blame it on something. So what are you going to be watching? What are you going to be listening for?
Yeah, I mean, I think the earnings calls will be specifically very interesting. I'm going to obviously be listening to the earnings call for energy companies. Yes, we know they made more money in Q1, but I want to know, what their CapEx spend plans are and what that means for the future. I think also what's going to be interesting is hearing from transportation companies like, UPS, FedEx, because of additional charges. Are people shipping less? What's kind of going on in that area of the economy? And of course, you want to listen to the big box stores to see if spending has been hit.
Yeah, especially those big box stores like the Walmart's very sensitive to the paycheck to paycheck or the lower end of the K, and that gas is an immediate tax on them, right? They're not offsetting it with any, feeling of their portfolio, holding up. I mean, that is like one of the biggest, quickest pull-throughs that can dampen sentiment when you're having to fork over all that money at the tank. I mean, we all feel it, right? It's been kind of crazy. Craig, interested, same thing with you. And, it's interesting because industrials, I saw your wrap yesterday. I think industrial is one of the better performing sectors in that quick bounce yesterday. And there's been a lot of talk about that rotation out of tech into industrials. But do industrials benefit from that sort of choke on the supply chain because they have pricing power? Do they get hit by it because their or we don't know, or because their input costs go up?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the industrial sector, has been benefiting or will continue to benefit from the AI CapEx build out, broadly speaking. And so as the, CapEx numbers move higher, but the returns aren't there for the tech companies, but the economic momentum remains okay. Industrials kind of can do better. I think industrials also benefited yesterday from the shift out of energy equities, right? So you had a big underperformance from the energy equities because oil was down because of the ceasefire. And then now today, oil's back up and energy is going to be up. So look, I think, it's hard to make too many, big assertions about which sectors really are going to work until we kind of get through this, right? I mean, the longer this goes on, the more the supply chain will be crimped, the harder it will be for them to pass along pricing, and so margins will get hit. And so that's the dynamic that we're still dealing with. There was a headline out here while we were talking from Iranian sources that are saying that under the ceasefire, Iran will allow no more than 15 ships per day through the Strait. So, that's a little bit higher than what we were seeing, over the course of the last few weeks. But and it's also higher than 3, which is what we saw yesterday. So it won't take 267 days to clear. It'll take 80 days to clear, however the math works there. But if that's all we're going to get, then the supply chain is not going to get rectified here anytime soon. And so that's clearly not, free and unconditional openness like the president wanted. So if that's the dynamic we're in here, then that's an economic environment that's going to continue to be strained for folks who need supplies that come from that region. And so far, we haven't thankfully seen it in food prices, but we're into the heart of planting season now where fertilizer is necessary and fertilizer prices are through the roof. Farmers are really struggling. If we don't put enough fertilizer down, the yields are going to suck, and then we're going to have, lower than expected crop sizes next in the fall. That's going to be the second wave of inflation that we're really going to be, a hit to consumers right as we get into the election, as we talked about earlier. So really, we need things to get going smoothly, quickly here in the Strait, and every day that goes by kind of creates these, nonlinear, potentially negative economic outcomes for more and more folks in the global economy. Eventually, asset prices, asset markets will wake up to that reality. That maybe that's not a today story, but I think over the course of the next weeks and months, more of a risk-off construct is likely to filter back in if the global economy is going to suffer like this.
Yeah, you brought up go ahead, Jim.
No, I just want to throw some out. We were talking earlier about midterms and about consumer sentiment. And, earlier this morning, Shai was kind of schooling me a little bit on jet fuel. And this is something that's going to affect everybody. You want to hop on a plane and go on vacation, you're spending a lot more money, particularly on the West Coast. So I guess, that's a thing that is going to impact my feeling toward my elected officials, right? Because it's coming out of my pocket. But, I would ask Tracy, how does what's the situation with jet fuel? I think maybe Delta is the only one that might have their own refinery that deals with it, but everyone else is kind of messed up, right?
Well, everybody is, and it's global. It's not just here in the United States. In fact, we're kind of the last of the airlines to raise jet fuel prices. Very early on into this conflict, you had Asian airlines already having to raise fuel prices because it hit them first and hard. And so this is going to be a problem for travel. This is going to be a problem, elevated costs for airfares, elevated costs for gasoline. And what's interesting, when we were talking to Garrett Toy earlier this week about the fertilizer situation, he said that this is going to go into 2027. He said a lot of farmers already bought their fertilizer for spring planting season prior to this conflict, but it's going to hit them in 2027 because they haven't bought for that season yet. And so that's how long he thinks this is going to stretch out, just on the fertilizer. So this is not, again, I have to stress, this is not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's such an important point. I am hoping that the analysts who roll up for these earnings calls really drill down on supply chain, because I spent some time with chief purchasing officers, the people who are in charge of that, and they learned a lot of lessons from COVID. But to your point, Craig, do they apply? This is kind of not that temporary shutdown that when things come open, you just, this is like maybe rerouting and restructuring of supply chains in a much more kind of complicated geopolitical way. Or not, I don't know, but I'm interested to see if they learned anything and they have any contingency that can help smooth things out. I hope they ask the CEO that, because a lot of those folks are now C-suite because of what happened before. So that would be so interesting. Just want to throw one other topic up so that we don't ignore it, and that's private credit. This is another issue that just continues to sort of bounce along in a kind of scary way in the shadows. There's a great tweet from Jeff Gunlack a few hours ago on private credit. And he said, I hear everything is fine from some of the same people that say this is a great distressed opportunity. Can't be both. So he's obviously getting pitched on one end or the other. Craig, is this just going to continue to be a big scary shadow, or does this start to become a problem for us as well? I mean, it's been there and nothing breaks, but is that just like fodder for the bears, I guess is what I'm asking?
Yeah, it does seem like, let's say, comparing back to 2007 when the Fed seemed to really have their head in the sand and didn't want to address subprime, didn't want to address the issues in the housing market, pretended like it didn't exist, some, classic Bernanke quotes back then. It seems like the Fed is more sensitive now and is monitoring the situation. I hate to use that phrase, but sorry, that's a minus. That's a -1 for me. But the Fed does seem to be kind of more on top of it now, and we've seen their reactions over the course of the last few years, whether it's the SVB crisis and the speed with which they can put a facility together to make sure this doesn't become systemic. And so from that perspective, I feel like it's not going to be something that really disrupts everything. It's just going to kind of fester in the background. Where I do think it becomes a larger issue is if the AI labor displacement thesis really starts to pick up some momentum, right? And we start to lose more white-collar jobs, and then you start to have a potential banking issue, right? Because then the banks are, white-collar workers really are the backbone for the banking industry, right? Whether it's mortgages and credit cards and auto loans. If we start to get larger white-collar work displacement, higher unemployment rates, things that lower interest rates really aren't going to solve, then you kind of combine the private credit issues with a larger issue at the banks. Then you kind of it becomes a much larger problem. I'm not necessarily calling for that imminently. Yeah. I'm just saying I think if it makes the financial system, private credit makes the financial system a little bit more vulnerable to what could potentially be a larger shock, because then you have less collateral values kind of supporting everything, right? Back at least in 2007, 2008, you had homes which were supporting collateral values on a lot of these loans. Now, many of these businesses that have been underwritten by private credit really face, existential profitability risk if AI puts them out of business. And so that's the 1 + 1 + 1 = 100 scenario that I think, the biggest doomers out there would subscribe to. It's possible that that's the reality we have. Maybe we don't, but have to keep that in the back of your mind, I think.
Yeah, nothing financial engineering can't solve, but it's worth paying attention to, Tracy, because of that headline you read earlier, where there is, anytime I hear a wall of debt maturity, it's, there are reasons to pay attention. And the reason we talk about it places like here is because if it bleeds over to the market, how quickly that moves. I mean, you start to see that, because I've asked that, what do we care? You start to have people fire selling stuff because there's counterparty risk. So
exactly, and we're kind of already seeing this show up in energy bonds, believe it or not, where we're starting to see a sell-off in municipal energy bonds. That's where they allow utility companies to buy electricity or natural gas at discounts, locking up like decades of supplies up front. And they're starting to get hit a little bit hard because some of these companies like Apollo are all involved in the situation. So, we could see, it rear its ugly head into other parts of the markets.
Yeah. That's such a great point. And only you would know about the municipal energy market in the detail you do, Shai. It's why you're so amazing. Real quick, last word on gold. I don't want to follow. I don't know, Jim. Maybe you can pull up the chart where I just get a quick thought from Craig and Tracy, because we've been watching that. It's had a relief rally yesterday. Does it feel like it has a base it's forming here, or is this going to swing around with the headlines as well? Anybody?
Yeah, from my perspective, from my perspective, I think we've talked about gold as an asset class, and the shifting of capital into gold and out of treasuries globally as more of a store of value. And I think to the extent that Iran does control more of the strait and more money is being transacted away from dollars, let's say in RMB or yeah, and I know there's been talk about Bitcoin as possibly a solution here. I think it's just going to provide more flows away from dollars, more flows out of treasuries, and looking for store of value assets. And gold kind of continues to fit the theme on that too. If the global economy slows and we do wind up getting more central bank printing, kind of fiat debasement story, it's there as well. It'll work there as well too. And so, look, for me, I'm looking for which asset prices start to decorrelate from this high correlation trade that we've seen over the course of the last 6 weeks. And, if we've seen equities and gold kind of positively correlated, today you're seeing equities a little bit weaker, gold a little bit stronger. We'll see if that kind of decorrelation starts to continue as we push through here through the, quote unquote ceasefire.
Yeah, and the last 6 days, we've been kind of in a tight channel right now. As you can see on the chart, we're kind of going sideways here. We're right at that 50% outside Fibonacci retracement, and all the moving averages are just going straight across. So it's really anticipatory, really sideways at this point.
All right, great stuff. Well, thanks, everybody. Great discussion. We'll see you all later and in the chat. Have a great one. Let's take a quick look at the lineup for today. Pharm is going to be here in just a moment for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. Trade the Open will be with Jack and Nick for a tick. Midday Markets with Leo and Salma. And Trading the Close will be Chris, Jack, and XY. All right, time for Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. Everyone's been talking about all those levels hit yesterday. I'm sure it was an exhausting day for everybody, but how are you feeling? What are you watching today?
Yeah, good morning. It definitely looks like a quiet night so far anyways, maybe headed for a boring day. However, have some hope for everybody that the action could get spicy today. On Thursday mornings, I do the runaround for the kids, so I'm off the desk. And there's just a rule in markets that when Pharm is away, the Bulls and Bears will play. So it's usually wild on Thursdays. There's been a lot of talk about all these big sell-offs on Thursdays. It has nothing to do with news flow or anything like that. It's because I'm off the desk and I can't trade it. So maybe we'll get some good action today.
Good stuff. And a couple of our folks, including White Noise, needs to kill it today. So we're hoping that there's enough action so they could do that. But walk us through some of the levels you're going to be keeping an eye on as you.
Yeah, I'm going to go back. I'll start back high time frame again, just kind of like yesterday, in case anybody wasn't here. For me, I've been watching basically this, just call it 6,800 on ES as a big test. I've got a couple levels that are pretty close together for this week, which is annoying having levels close together, but it's important. Basically, call it 6,800 is going to be a key reclaim. You can see we came up and we tagged this high volume node, which is a composite. This is the profile from 2025 through current. And that stalled. I mean, that's no real surprise there. And so what this here is likely to be, and maybe for a few days even, is a battle for, control over this range, right? So we saw a multi-day battle back and forth around kind of 6,600-ish, which is another sort of lower edge of this distribution that peaks in there. Bulls obviously won that with a big gap out of there. And so it makes sense to me for us to consolidate around here before deciding. NQ is a similar picture, slightly different profile, but effectively has come most of the way up to its range. I won't go back over that again today. So this is sort of a big decision on high timeframes. And usually that will take some consolidation for a few days before we decide. So maybe it's consolidation, gap it back down, back test this multi-day balance break. Or maybe we just consolidate and go and find a move up to, roughly 69.20, let's say. So that's kind of big picture what I'm looking at. So a lot of this, back and forth tight consolidation doesn't really surprise me. You can see it, a nice upper distribution to this week is forming here, sort of a beautiful D shape up there. So we can trade anywhere in this range, both sides. Two-way trading looks to be in order until this range breaks. You can see yesterday we did get that peak down into those single prints from the overnight session. They were reactive. On the flip side of that is that, bulls never really sustained any bid above yesterday's cash open. Here's the cash open. NQ wasn't even close. So we had that, the 5 minute, the range of the first 5 minutes, and all we did is put in trade below that. We saw some initial weakness off that, dip into the singles on ES anyways, and recover. I'm going to flip over to crude real quick. Now, certainly this, the correlation has been far weaker, I would say. Really going back to last week, not even since this recent move here to the downside, right? Even last week, it was a little bit weaker. So we've definitely noted that. We'll see what happens here, though, because this is interesting here, right? So now crude is actually into those single prints from Tuesday night, what have you here. So it held the 91.69 to 93.07 all day yesterday. And now it is broken into these singles. So there's potential for this to scoot, maybe, right? At least, I mean, 105, completely reasonable to see 105s off this if this does not get stuffed back below 97.40. So that's a decent move on crude. Our equity is going to be okay with a 5% move higher in crude. And maybe, I'll be the first one smashing my phone if there's no response from equities on this, but I think it might happen. It's going to drive me nuts, but I hope not. But we could get a very strong move on crude. We'll see what happens when cash opens. If it because it can reject anywhere in these single prints. I would say probably around 100.69 or so would be the most likely place if it's going to fail at this point. I was looking for potentially a quick peek into these single prints and then a rejection. You kind of almost got it here last night. It didn't get very far though. So it doesn't look that weak to me. So I would definitely keep an eye on crude. I tend to think you really want to see that 97.40 area offered again. But again, we're very much in a situation where, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, it was just 91.69 to 93.07. I suggested I believed equities would be weak above there. They certainly were. And then that correlation just, again, it really, really softened late last week. I think it was on this big rip up here. If I remember, equities were just kind of we're okay with that. So interesting to see, but very, very tradable still on crude both directions. So that might make a better trade either direction today on crude. So for yes, it's just all about this range. Roughly 68, mid 68.30s up to the overnight high from, or pre-market high, I should say, from yesterday. And then yesterday's low. We're just trading inside that range and consolidating. So the decision point is going to be, do we get a clean break higher through, again, let's just call it yesterday's pre-market high. And then keep in mind, when we looked back at that high time frame chart, there was that big fat volume point of control sitting there, right? Exactly there. So if we can rip through there, then we're talking about testing the other side of that range, which to me is roughly 69.20. So that would be the bull case on an upside break and continuing this active trend, which has been developing over just over a week, right? So if you just take a leg up profile, which this is not, from the low to current, the market is actively trending. You get some volume build, a low volume area, you get higher volume build, you get a low volume area, higher volume build. It looks beautiful. That is active trend. So bulls are very much in control of high timeframes now. And what's going to happen, and this is quite the low volume note to give back, right? So, to me, this whole thing's going to have to be given back in order for bears to really reassert themselves. So the decision point is this range. I even think we could come down and we could sweep this low and still find bids, right? Who knows how many sellers are trapped here, but a clean breakdown of yesterday's low likely comes and fills down these session single prints from pre-market or after hours, I guess it was on Monday, I think, Tuesday, can't remember my days, all mixed up. But that would generally be the target. I've got a small, sort of a weaker yearly level in the flip back 67.32 to 42 range, and you'll see that roughly aligns with this level and with the single prints. I think they would fill at 34.25. So that would be my break. Again, I feel like this could end up just stretching this range just a little bit as opposed to a clean break and go. So that's what you'd be looking at. So, if we just keep getting dip spot, like just a little bit lower into these after hours single prints, it doesn't look quite as bearish, right? I would want to see a clean break and there's just no bid, right? It just rugs back through, and then okay, maybe sellers have something, and then you maybe be looking over days potentially for a back test of this prior range, which would not be unhealthy and not necessarily be bearish. NQ is, I mean, it's the same thing, basically. The single prints, I actually like NQ a lot more for a look below and fail of yesterday's low. The low wasn't quite as good as it was for ES, somewhat relatively equal here. You can see, again, firm bids in this 928 to 948 range. But to me, if I'm looking on the long side, I'd love to see that kind of swept out just to dip into these single prints again from that after-hour session. And then I would look for a rotation back to at least this 25,090 spot on NQ. If I drill into shorter time frames on ES, I mean, again, I mentioned that the levels being close together, which annoyed me. The one thing I was looking for, I mean, had just woken up and I looked at this low and it said 92.5, and I got so annoyed. That's the same exact low as right here. So I'm looking for this to be swept. So I sat there for like 20 minutes waiting for them to sweep that low to get long, and I didn't, which is of course why it ripped, because I'm not in it. But I would still look for that. I have a sneaking suspicion that both 92.5 trades today during cash and this 68.31 quarter. When you get in these consolidation ranges, you'll get these attempts at expansion, right, to break range. Obviously, in order to break range to the downside, you'd have to take out 92.5, and obviously to break range to the upside, you'd have to take at least this 68.31 quarter. Ultimately, you would need to take out yesterday's low or yesterday's high. But sometimes what you'll get is a failed attempt at expansion from one side. So let's say sellers come down here, they sweep out this 92.5, they can't even make it to yesterday's low. 92 to 94 reclaims. I'm taking that up, and I'm targeting this high at 31.25. Generally, I take profit on the way because I try not to be an asshole about things like that. But that's generally what I'd be looking for. And then sellers were very, very active up here around 68.30. That happens to correspond to the SPX January low. So I would still be watching for responsive sellers up there around 68.30. And same thing. I mean, if we take out this high, I mean, yesterday's high has some fair excess on it. NQ's is better. But I would be watching potentially for us to come in, same type of deal, sweep that out, even including yesterday's high, can't make it to the overnight high, and then, back below about 68.30 and offered, I would look to take that back down, and I probably would be targeting 67.92.5. So those to me are kind of the big trades. We could still come out and sweep out yesterday's low on ES as well. But I like it a little bit more on NQ. So let me switch over to NQ. The dumbest looking profile I've seen in a while on NQ. But we still have a fair amount of A period single print. So A period is just the first 30 minutes of the day. So 9:30 to 10 o'clock a.m. And for whatever reason, I don't know, the last 6 months, A period single prints have been like ultra reactive. Maybe that's changed, but it really has been the case. I normally prefer B period single prints. So that would be the second 30-minute period of the day. But lately, for whatever reason, A period. So I would look for same type of deal as for ES, right? You get a failed attempt at expansion, reaches into these A period single prints. Again, you're looking at that as your high from yesterday. It's not a bad high. Maybe buyers run away from it, sellers step in and then run it back down. I mean, potentially towards yesterday's low. That generally would be my target if we can get through this 25,090 to 116. And then, I mean, again, this spot, right? You've got after hours singles from whatever night it was. Since I can't keep my days straight, Tuesday, I think, after hours, just sitting right below there. We saw them very reactive on ES. We could come for another push back down there and find reactive buyers again. So I would be looking for the same type of thing on NQ. Come in, sweep yesterday's low. Base back above 928 to 948 roughly. I'd take it back up to 25,090 to 116, or at least this overnight high. And then I would look for 157.5 to trade after that. And, after a failed attempt at expansion, sometimes to the downside in this case, Sometimes you'll see sellers step away, back up, towards these highs. Sometimes, so that would be a good look for me. And like really, I'm not interested in any other trade other than the failed attempts at expansion that I mentioned on ES and NQ, and that would be inclusive of pushing through yesterday's low and getting a failure and coming back through. Again, technically, we could look above and fail yesterday's high on both. I don't like it as much. If I want to be a seller, I'd like to see this high remain in place because it does look pretty good to me. We could say that like, oh, bulls are exhausted or this is a bad look. We didn't trade above yesterday's open like at all. And that is 100% correct. But like, look at the gap we came from. Like, I think we can like cut bulls a little bit of slack. And of course, I'm perma-bear Pharm. We can cut them a little bit of slack after yesterday. Not willing to bid the open. Sellers didn't do shit with it yesterday. So like, bulls, okay, fine. They sucked. They couldn't bid the open, but like, what did sellers do, right? This is just consolidation. We're making a decision about a move. Be mindful of that. It's just a range, right? Until it breaks.
That is a fantastic advice and a great setup for everybody. Pharm, we'll let you at it. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
I just want to mention, as we head to the open, on the poll outlook today, it was pretty evenly split all morning. Third. We've seen that many days, but it's moving around a little bit, and the bears are edging ahead, followed by neutral, and the bulls fading a bit toward the open. So take what you will from that. Econ data didn't do much, so it looks like we are going to be headline driven again. All right. Let's get to it. Up next, Trade the Open with Jack and Nick for a tick. Hi, gents. Deep
Hello.
breath.
Good morning.
Yesterday was action-packed, but now, as Anthony was saying, we're in the middle. And we just heard Pharm talking about looking for a break of the range, and we're not out of it until we see that happen. He's perma-bear. He sounds a little skeptical. How you guys feeling? Nick, how you feeling today?
I'm somewhere in the middle. I think I was getting pretty bullish, at least for a reflexive rotation back to the upside around. We were kind of sitting around the 23K mark after that kind of violent overnight, a couple of weeks ago on Sunday night when we retested it like a day or so later. I was kind of bullish there, but seeing as how we did this pretty much in a gap up in Globex, and we continue to kind of knock on the poor structure little volume node that's sitting here, I get less and less confident, because at this point, especially after yesterday and things, and seeing that the ceasefire may not actually be a ceasefire, I expect at least an aspect of this to potentially be retraced. But for me, until we lose 25K, I'm happily ready to try to step in and take some scalp longs there for what is probably the eventual trip up back to 25,420s, a level that Jack and I are very familiar with on Thursdays.
On Thursdays, yes. This has been this sort of like Groundhog Day, right? Every time we get to Thursday. Is that how you're feeling, Jack?
Yeah, well, last time we got on Thursday, we were dealing with that very large gap down situation, which completely reversed. And the joke was, if we end up on a Thursday, finally the lows might be in, and I believe we closed that gap that same day. And we saw the final completions of a very large, news kind of everything coming together earlier this week on Tuesday in the evening. But I'm in, on a higher time frame. I do think we're going to end up back at all-time highs. I think it's very possible that those lows we saw last week are in for the time being. And I'm really just looking for places that we can trade down to and eventually get a bid up out of this range. A couple important levels for me here today are going to be basically where the overnight low is, 24,950 area in the NQ. And if the ES can get down, there was an untested level we got very close to yesterday. It was a 67.78. And those are going to be my magnets that I want to trade long from. If we can get back down to a retest or not is to be determined. But I think today we're going to have a little bit more of a balanced session. I don't really expect a very large move one way or the other. So I'm going to be ready to trade both sides of the market here today and take what the market is giving me. I'm walking into the open short gold. I got one target off, two targets below me, and I got a limit below in the NQ for potential quick long and a halfway back from the overnight lows. So That's what I have as we walk into this lovely Thursday. And if it's up again today, then I would say things have changed for me and Nick on our Thursday shows.
Yeah, it's going to be an important day. And I like having that time frame where you're right. It feels like that no matter what the sort of analysts, and there are lots of bearish scenarios out there, but it feels like that gravitational pull is, both in cash and futures is toward those October highs. But good to have that as your bigger target and then be able to operate on actually what you're seeing and the levels you're watching there. It's going to be rock and roll. I hope. RoboCop said he walked, and nothing happens until he walks away. So he went to get coffee. So thank you. We'll all systems go.
Perfect.
But enjoy the day, guys. Good luck to you. We'll see you again.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thanks, Maggie. All right.
Oil just traded the midpoint of the prior day here. I wonder if we
I have been trying to practice what I preach, and that's actually looking at some other markets. So I've actually been doing prep every morning on gold and crude. I guess given at least today, this was a good week to start actually looking at those other two markets, even just rotational, I guess, based on what's going on.
I have to say, I got short yesterday in CL at like right around, I think it was like 620, right past the open. And of course, that was really right before the dump. I held it for like, I think 40 ticks or only to watch it go, $10 my way. But yeah, I mean, the activity in CL and really all of the markets, gold had a really clean downtrend yesterday. Indexes were two-sided. I always prefer a market that I think has had it in one direction because I don't have to worry about the other one so much, kind of flipping back and forth between the biases. But we'll see here today. My short in gold, I just kind of tightened up my stop because I've had the first target and we're still creeping up on that level. But I think we're in for a pretty active morning session here. If oil can start showing some signs of rolling over, though, I said yesterday on Trade the Close that I was looking for us to trade up into 99, and we're just above that. So if we can start cracking back below 99 and maybe below some of these swing lows, I'd like to take a shot at an oil short, but it's currently trending higher. Are you focused on any current levels that you want to see trade, or besides our favorite 24 420 or whatever 25 520, whatever it is?
Exactly. I mean, we're just living between 420 level to 420 level at this point. But yeah, I kind of want to see that attempt back towards 960, which is a level I feel like when we were probing it to the top side, last week, a couple weeks ago, I was gladly shorting it. So now I think you were even saying it. I want to see if the bottom falls out, if we get a little push below it this morning. But if that holds, I mean, I'm looking for scalps long, probably at least up to the 25, 250s, 300s. If not, let's go test the very tippy top of that old balance down to 420 guy.
That'll be it. I tell you what, I will not be shy if we get to that level to just go ahead and limit it for old time's sake.
Despite whatever the headlines continue to be on, if this ends up, not being a true 2-week ceasefire, but I kind of still am in the camp. I'm kind of hopeful, and I guess expecting that we rotate to an all-time high, a new all-time high before we go test the March, or was that April technically? I don't even know anymore. What month is it? It's April.
It's April.
Okay. No. That was the March low. Okay. I couldn't remember if this was like April 1st, this low down here, the 23K. It was in fact like March 31st. So it was the March lows. I'm saying new all-time high probably before we head back down to the March lows. That was my thesis this week.
Yeah.
We'll see. You never know when a ceasefire lasts 7 minutes, apparently. So
yeah. Well, the hope is it lasts a little longer, I guess, but we'll see. It's, something that we've had to deal with for over a month now, just a very headline driven market. And just, you got to take what the market's given you, and you got to just be aware of the regime you're in. And we are in a headline regime, and that's just what it is. Yesterday, we had that, I guess, the ceasefire breaking, news in the later part of the day, and a really clean trend down from there into the close. But we'll see if I don't know. Have any rockets flown while we were sleeping? I haven't checked yet. But if all things are at peace, maybe we do just start drifting back towards the top of the range here. It's going to be interesting to me to see if we can hold this midpoint here near like 25,000 off the open. If we do, got my limits down there. It's going to be a little bit of a shot in the dark here as we trade with the increase of volatility off the open. But honestly, my favorite trade when it sets up, if we can break below just this most recent swing low, 98.80 area here in CL, just because this is a point of, this $100 level is resistance for me, but I need some price to agree with my opinions before I go out and stick my neck out there. But how about you? How's chat doing? What are you guys up to? What any positions going into the Russell's looking weak as a dog, but haven't traded that recently.
Yeah, I haven't even been looking at, I guess, YM and the old Rusty. Has YM been bid the last 2 days? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know if that rotational indice type trade exists anymore with how much tech is in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that I remember when the Dow basically had few tech companies before Google was in there, and now you got Nvidia in there, and
Salesforce is in there. It's it's a mix, but before it was pretty much. I think Stowe was the one who said it was like banks and toilet paper or something. I can't remember the way he described it.
That's good. Yeah. I used to have it memorized. Not anymore. Not anymore. I don't pay too much attention to the basket. Definitely can't memorize the full S&P 500. That's beyond my scope of mental capacity.
You only need to know about 8 of the names anyway.
Yeah, I guess those are the ones that are dragging it.
But yeah, good morning, chat, everybody. Oh, and a happy Masters Thursday to all those who celebrate.
Dun, dun.
I still I'm going on 18 years. 18 years entering the raffle for general admission tickets to the Masters, and coming up unsuccessful. So maybe next year.
Wow. What
as soon as I was 18, I started entering, just to try to walk it and pay the actual list general admission price, not people that are scalping or whatever, which I guess is now the biggest risk you can take because they're apparently validating IDs with the purchaser of the ticket.
That's kind of cool.
I think they're trying to not have people scalp it for passes for a day for 20 grand, like some of them were in years past.
Oh, happy to hear that. It's about time they crack down on that stuff and let the true fans go.
I have one friend I know that actually got the raffle, got to go, and had nothing but positive things to say. But I have other friends too that have connections or whatever, especially with old money Dallas that I guess operate in at times with people's extended families and friends. It's I know people that go every single year because of connections they have, and I'm just that's a different world, I guess. For me.
I got a funny story about Augusta. So my dad has actually played there twice. He worked for a company that did they did trucking for them, and it was a $200,000 contract. And instead of paying him the 200 grand, they said, we'll give you 2 foursomes.
I saw something else trending on Twitter that was kind of like that, which is would you rather play Augusta once with a caddy, everything, full experience, or general admission tickets for all 4 weekend rounds for the rest of your life? And I said the 4 weekend rounds, because I would be kicked off Augusta with how much I'm probably chunking the fairways and things. I would not want to embarrass myself on that place.
Oh, totally. I'm sure my dad, Eddie, isn't a great golfer, but the funny thing is, so after 2 years of giving them 2 foursomes, instead Augusta said, you know what, we'll pay the 200 grand. We're not offering the golf anymore. So the exclusivity of that club remains some of the hardest to get in the world, I guess. Yep. I just thought that was hilarious. They'd rather pay 200 grand than offer a couple of jamokes, 2 foursomes. But that's a dream of mine. I've had a friend win the practice round.
I enter for those too. I've never gotten them. Granted, I don't know if I would want them, because it's if I'm going to pay and fly to Augusta and only get to go to the practice rounds and then not be able to stay for the weekend, that might not. I would do it probably, but I'd be kind of bummed.
Yeah. I guess you got to take what you can get.
Yeah. But maybe next year, maybe it'll prove to me that it's not rigged and I will actually win someday.
There's always next year. Let's see here. We got you getting pumped for Miami?
Oh yeah. I completely forgot, to be honest, until my wife reminded me.
Yeah, I'm already
He was
packed.
asking me like what time I'm leaving on Friday next week. And I was like, oh yeah, about that. I forgot. But yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Hang out with everybody. Get to hang out with you and the crew and meet some of our fine friends in the chat.
Yeah, who in the chat is coming? I know we got a bunch more planned up. So if you didn't get that one, you want to make sure you're signed up with that link they've been sending around that tracks your location to the Amalfi Coast.
Yes, it does. Salma, yes, I did in fact forget because I have a child that's young, and sometimes you just don't know what day it is. Just being honest.
Yeah, it's too much to remember.
Every day I have to double check outside of Wednesdays. I feel like I always know when it's Wednesday because it's me and XY Stowe and Leo do in the morning. But like the other days, I'm like, what time am I doing the show today? And what time am I doing it? And it's just kind of is a blur at times.
Yeah, no, I started keeping it because I'm most frequently on Discord during the day. I just dedicated an entire channel to my schedule, so I don't have to dig in my email sometimes and forget. I'm not the best with the meetings and the calendar invites and all that stuff, just because I really don't do anything that is using that outside of this. I'm not booking meetings all day like some jobs. Just kind of meeting with myself every morning.
Yeah, at this point I should probably have Claude just telling me what my schedule is for the day every day, but that's an automation apparently that I'm too good to make.
Been working on that coursework too much.
Dude, I'm doing 1,800 things, but I am finally gearing it back towards trading, which is nice. Because I've been writing like a morning brief every day, and it like he's actually like taking a screenshot of my my volume profile, like execution 4-hour chart, not execution,
cool.
my 4-hour chart, and at least putting my levels or the volume profile levels and like MGI stuff like in a table for me quickly, so that I can then just write instead of locating levels. So that was at least one script that I was able to successfully do.
Very cool.
My calendar feed broke, I noticed this morning. It like had spit out the wrong day and times when I was trying to summarize those two for me.
I see your twin in the chat. It's going to be there, Nick for a Sig. Do you know Nick for a Sig? It's
great.
Is that one of your grade school friends just trolling you? Or?
I mean, at this point, I don't know who it is. It could be an alt by Leo for all I know. But yes, that is the new Marlboro man. If you didn't hear, is Nick for a Sig apparently.
Yeah, I heard he's getting gigs with your likeness and image. You might have to file some type of claim in there.
Yes, he is. That's why I changed my headshots.
I saw that. It looks great.
Thank you.
Great. Very detailed. I didn't realize the beard was graying.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. Deli gave me shit for that. I don't know. I feel like it's been a couple weeks since I don't know, whenever he said that. Maybe that was like last year at one point, but he finally noticed. It was before we went to Miami that the beard actually had some gray in it. And I was like, yeah, unfortunately, it does in fact.
Hey,
and I'm not gonna go who was the old pitcher for the Giants? That had like the jet, like it was during one of their playoff runs when they were kind of like that dynasty. I think they won like 2 out of 4 World Series or whatever, but they had the closer who had just the big like jet black dyed beard.
Somebody, Arrieta?
I don't remember. Somebody in the chat's got to remember because I'm not a Brian Wilson. Yes, but like I'm never gonna go that route where I just dye the beard.
He was dyeing it.
Oh yeah,
I know some people do the airbrushing.
No, it was
I
like
got enough to fill
like
in
jet black, like almost looked like spray paint black. Like that's how dark it was.
Jersey Shore 2010 black.
It was, yeah. It was dark. But yeah, I'm not gonna dye the beard. Unfortunately, between trading and I guess becoming a dad, it's slowly getting more and more gray.
Hey, I'd rather go gray than go bald. So you're winning in that life.
I will never do. Allegedly. Based
Allegedly.
on at least
you got some
both,
good hair genes.
At least both grandparents, yes. Both passed away into their mid and late 90s with full heads of hair. Both of
Oh my
my
goodness.
grandfathers.
Well, you should have nothing to worry about. But were they traders?
No. So yeah, we'll put that to the test, apparently.
Yeah. People always are like, is your job stressful? I was like, well, I don't think it's any more stressful than any other job, to be honest, for me. I mean, there's definitely days when you do it so long, I feel like you get used to it. I'm like, I don't know what a normal job stress level is like. So maybe I'm just used to it, but hasn't affected me in grain or losing my hair. I don't have a toupee.
Let's see. We are 10 minutes from the open, really doing nothing. Didn't we have PCE this morning? Market doesn't care.
Yeah, we're on a one-track mind in the market right now with what it cares about.
Oh, yeah, we had jobless claims and PCE and really did absolutely nothing.
I'm looking forward to the
PCE
day that we start
right
reacting to normal news. Start, reacting to important things like that.
Yeah, I guess the market does not care about old data anymore. Whatever. Headlines. Yeah. Thanks, Jim. So PC came in right on the mark. So yeah, no
Well, maybe
movement.
that's why they didn't care. Yeah, my skincare routine. Occasionally I am a fan of those eye patches. Those are nice.
Oh, you know what's funny? I had that thought last night, and I was like, the bags under the eyes thing. Some of the morning shows, it's like when I don't wake up at 5 a.m. and kind of really get the blood going. It's you see that darkness, and my wife actually suggested using those before I jump on the show in the morning.
Good woman,
because she's got them. That wasn't a purchase I had made before.
Yeah,
but I get it.
Yeah, this guy's a super troll.
Oh yeah. Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper's coming to Miami. I'm going to be looking for a guy wearing headphones. I would expect it to be you. That's the funny thing about chat and just online chatter. You really never know who anybody is because so many people don't use their photo, and then I'll meet somebody in real life. They're like, I'm squeamish dog from the chat. I'm like, dude, I have no idea who you are because your name is squeamish dog and your icon is a poodle. So nice to meet you though.
Mm-hmm.
See here, oil's looking like a little toppy now. I still want to see it below this ATR expansion bar. We had an ATR expansion bar right at 9 o'clock and have not seen a continuation since. So if that starts getting weak, I might stick my head in there as it is up into the middle of the prior day.
What's my bias for the day? Above 25K. I'm looking for longs. If we lose 960s, I know we did, and I've kind of said 25K was the line in the sand, but 960 is another spot that makes a lot of sense. I'm not surprised we kind of held it in the pre-market and in the overnight, excuse me. But lose that, I think we see 24,800s. So those are kind of the areas I'll be watching. So I think if you get a flush below 25K, watching for potential continuation down towards 800s if we lose 960. Otherwise, it could be very much balanced, rotational, kind of between the 140s and 960s. So that 200 point range could be what we see in the early part of today's session. That's how I'm looking at it. Can you explain to us what the name of your volume profile with bid-ask colors is? That's a delta by price or a delta profile. It's the current swing leg that we are looking at. It resets every 65 point rotation, or it's supposed to. And basically it's tying in from whatever this little swing leg here from the overnight during the London session. And it's just giving me kind of the net of the bid and ask, not bid and ask, sorry. The net of the delta of the swing. So it's just repainting it as a delta profile versus you see the exact volume profile for that swing to the right of it. This is a paid indicator, unfortunately. There are some free ones out there, the chat has told me, and then I know Leo is actually working on a freemium edition of this type of indicator as well. So but yeah, this is just how I kind of visualize time and sales based on the delta profile, because it'll reset constantly as we get new rotations. Yeah, someone else said there was a free one that has like a leg to leg kind of thing. Any news on the new DOM? Yeah, the new DOM is going to get released, or the free DOM is going to get pushed out there. We have been bringing it back out again. So I think Leo is still working on with the NinjaTrader team some of the instructions and the copy, the FAQ stuff, and then once I think all of that is officially finalized, but we are kind of out of the beta. I think we've gotten all the bugs, and now it's just the copy and the distribution and all of that of how it's going to actually be like out there. So stay tuned, but it'll be out soon. What time is it? We got 5 minutes.
This is always the longest 30 minutes of the day, the pre-open wait.
It always does feel like that. And then I feel like when I do Wednesday mornings, when I come in 30 minutes after the bell, it's like it goes by so fast, the 2 hours.
Yeah.
But it's probably
like watching a long wick to a firework, just slowly.
Yeah. I always feel like I'm not even really watching like this 8 to 8:30. I'm probably not watching the charts for like 20 minutes. Like I'm kind of doing other things I've already kind of gotten the desk, got the pre-market, got an idea of what's happening, where we might go. And then I kind of am just waiting for the bell before my eyes are back on the charts. Kind of do other projects.
The closer we get to the open, the further we get from where I wanted to limit the NQ. I just put an order in to look for a short here and a pop on CL. So got my thing set. Time for the market to come into them. All right, 3-minute countdown. I think every sell-off, you kind of forget, even with bad news or whatever, like how fast when that market turns, we do start moving higher. And that's something I'm going to remind myself, despite all of the doom and gloom that may continue to circulate the media channels and the Twitter sphere, whatever. We can trade back up really quickly. I mean, I knew that lesson, but during COVID, seeing those markets trade out of that low and just every day thinking there would be a reason for it to go lower, and then just totally having to focus on price. I mean, the world would be shut down. The S&P would be up, 2% on the day. And like, you couldn't say hi to your neighbor and you couldn't go to the gym, but none of that mattered. But that was, really just something I think you're going to want to be aware of, because I would say we've arguably already made the turn, especially after that Tuesday reversal. And how fast we really can move back to all-time highs.
I know. I kind of said something similar. I feel like either was on Tuesday, midday, or maybe it was yesterday. It's all kind of blurring together. But I said like 2022, Nick, as a trader, still kind of learning and was really more firing at the hip, would have been shorting those lows at 23K. And then I feel like last year, like towards the end of Liberation Day, like I was smart enough, or I guess I evolved enough as a trader, 3 years from that to be at least buying a kind of aggressively, at least in my retirement, down towards like the 5K mark on the SPOOs. SPY 500, like those were areas I was like, it kind of makes sense. I feel like to start buying, at least this is a good spot to make some more aggressive adds to a few things. And then this year it was like, no, I'm bullish. As soon as what I thought was the turn. So it's like, I think I'm kind of evolving as you've seen more of these cycles kind of play out, or these down moves, these corrections, whatever you want to call them. So
Yeah.
it's at least good to see I'm not trying to short lows like I would have been a few years ago. 10% already down. Like, yeah, let me open another short here instead of waiting for at least a reflexive rebid first. But we are 30 seconds from the opening bell. So everybody, trade safe, use stops. Let's have some fun. Watch out for a rogue commander-in-chief tweet or two. And let's have some fun this morning.
Let's do it. Oil really breaking down here. NASDAQ new high the overnight session, I believe.
Oh, yeah. And we are off. The immediate opening drive higher. Let's see what happens at 140 is the area on the NQ. I'm kind of curious.
All right. $99.64 is my offer in CLs right now. My bid has moved up to $25.30 in the NQs. Basically unchanged here in the NQ from the prior day. ES down slightly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far rejecting off what is basically was yesterday's point of control here around the 80s. And then Q.
Yeah. Might be a little more aggressive with this CL.
Oh, hi, puppy. Can I help you? Sorry, Jack. I know you said it. Where's your limit for crude?
Well, I just moved it down to 99.36.
Okay.
There we go. This got filled.
Jack's probably a good person to answer this. How many points do you use for a stop loss on MCL? I don't trade crude enough to feel like I have a good, outside of just structure spots. Like, I don't know. I'm not good at like I am on NQ and ES where it's like, oh, I'll use like 3 points in ES or 12 points in NQ. Crude, I've never really found that sweet spot. It's always been locations for me.
Yeah. So, that's crude is really a great example of there is no one size fits all. If you were using, let's go back to November, if you were using a 30 tick stop, which I think was probably like an appropriate, just like average stop, that would probably not work right now. I use variable stops based on ATRs, and these numbers you see at the top of my screen, 71. So I take the 5-minute average true range of the last 10 bars and I multiply it by 150%, so 1.5. And then when I place an order, if you'll notice, my stop is just automatically placed at that level. And then I have a target that's 2 times the ATR. So that number 71 if all of these markets, like you'll see when this order gets filled here in the NQ, we're trading 26. My stop's going to be 26 points. So I use variable stops based on average true ranges that are just simply calculated. I don't think, there's one stop you can use, size stop you can use in every single market condition, because market conditions are constantly in a state of change.
Is my office in a sauna? I wish in some way,
nice.
but I mean, it kind of is with all the different fans from the different computers and all the monitors and the two dogs snoring and breathing heavily under my feet. But no, this is just a sad corner in what used to be the old TV room in my house. I had moved my office after the birth of my daughter because they shared the same wall, and I scream into a microphone for a living. So I chose to not share a wall with the crib.
It's an effective strat right there.
That was a good strategy. And this will be my temporary home until I eventually decide to build a loft mother-in-law suite / office above my garage.
All right. That's the midpoint here of the overnight low to the morning high where I just bid. But that is a very heavy candle off the open 84-point range right now, 4 minutes into the day.
Let me try along here. I'm kind of watching, waiting. Oh, don't go without me.
Cold breaking out here. Highs of the day here in GC.
It's going to go without me. Inside day. Yeah, I am kind of leaning. As long as I can't speak. As long as 25K holds, I could easily see us just continuing to kind of ping pong here until new information, new headlines, whatever. Seems like we're just kind of waiting for the next chapter in this little Middle Eastern conflict book that we are currently operating in.
Yeah, I would say inside day probably isn't a hard call, considering yesterday's candle is almost 900 points.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
most likely
kind of leading there.
Most likely going to say inside that. Yeah.
Well, what's funny? I mean, how many times have we have overnight doing silly things, and then we get to RTH, and then we just have to keep our hands in our pocket because like nothing is happening because all the fun was had during Asia and London.
Yep. No, I mean, I was yesterday for me, tougher intraday session, but I did do pretty well on that overnight move. We kind of went up. I was tweeting out some targets as the market was moving, but my upside target is 25,156, and I was buying the first pullbacks. I actually was long the ES going into his comments, and I got one of those scam candles. I don't know if you saw to market, but I was watching it live, and it's like the bid and ask just evaporated. We dropped like, I don't know, 30 points or something. There's T1 here coming into play for the NQ. But I was so pissed. I was all of a sudden, all the numbers on my screen just disappeared. I was like, what happened? And then I was stopped, and then it just continued to rip. But I caught it, got right back in as soon as I saw the move actually happening. But it's kind of amazing to see, even with that news. Just it was literally bid, ask, watching the ladder, gone. I'm like, what? Like, it's been a while since I've seen that.
That's happened to me in my favor and against it. I mean, that happened to me once. I'm not kidding. Like I was like market in with like quickly, like in, like just back to back 3 market sells. And then just happened to get lucky. I'm not kidding. Like 5 seconds after that, by some scam news candle that came in and just immediately pushed the trade like 150 points in my favor. So I've had both sides or I've pressed the buttons and it got stopped out by one of those candles that just the book just goes to blank.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. My worst slippage ever was I think it was a CPI candle in 2021. or it was like a 400 point 5-minute candle. I think I got like 70 points of slippage. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. I was like, never doing that again. It was the biggest response single candle move I had ever seen to a known news event.
Method Man. I've been advised to start as a beginner on MES before moving on to MNQ, this sound device. Yes, I would actually say it's a good way to kind of start learning how to read things and understand the way things print, how the candles move, understanding the order book a little more. ES is, you're going to have a little bit more of a safety net, because as we're talking about scam candles here, NQ is going to have that wiki action where you may not be wrong, but it could easily stop you out of trades before a read that you think you're entering in like actually happens. So just learning and getting comfortable trading, executing, taking profits, scaling in, scaling out on MES before you move to MNQ, I think you're doing yourself a favor. I think you see a lot of people on the internet just getting too excited, just they trade NQ because it moves and it's a volatile instrument and you can scalp it if you're effective because of the ATR on a short time frame. But actually learning how to trade, you're probably better off utilizing MES. That's how I did it when I first started learning how to trade on a DOM and read futures. I was trading MES on Thinkorswim before I understood what commissions actually were on futures. But that was the first thing I learned on, was a paper account on Thinkorswim with MES. So I'd highly recommend starting with the micros.
Good old toss.
I mean, I still use it for options and a few other things.
I hate to say it, I still use it too. I actually plugged my toss account into NinjaTrader the other day so I could pull up equities.
I didn't know you could even do that.
I know, dude. I was like, because I was trying to pull up some equity charts, and I was like, why can I not pull up equities? Because I've actually never even tried to pull up equities on Ninja Charts. And then I, asked my good friend Claude and decided that Toss, now owned by Schwab, could plug into Ninja to execute on and look on Ninja Charts. I was like, fantastic. So yeah, just have to configure it as a IB, I guess, or whatever the term is.
Yeah, I think that, and Method Man, that's probably the right way to do it. Yeah, you're just gonna get more comfortable. Your heart rate isn't gonna increase the same way that it does with NQ. It's just the way it moves. And when you're learning, there's no point in kind of punishing yourself with something that can be as volatile and like wiki as the NASDAQ is sometimes. Like, you just get much more comfortable just understanding how to trade futures on MES. 100%.
Yeah. Also, I'll just give you like a mathematical example of the ES versus the NQ. I know these are a little shaded out, but the contract size of the NQ is significantly larger. So here's the MES on the right, and here's the MNQ on the left. And then there's the average to range that I have calculated at 7 points in the ES, which per micro, so per contract is that's $35. Now you take the same type of movement in the NQ, it's $81. So you're, more than double the risk for the risk on the range and as a percentage of your account. So not the ES moves, it's a smaller contract. You're going to have more ammo. You actually end up risking more trading the NQ regardless, because of the size of the contract and its notional value and the speed of the moves. So you can think about that. And that's why a lot of people do trade, the Dow, from what I've heard from the pit traders, was like the rookie pit. If you were new to the game, you'd kind of would start in the Dow because of the move. But yes, let's see if I can get my T2 here in NQs, and my stop will go to break even. So the difference between this short CL and this long in the NQs is, you see this oscillator at the bottom, the oscillator is still kind of peaking higher on the CL. So it's a little bit more of a risky trade, versus I felt really comfortable because the oscillator is bullish here in the NQ. So if I had that limit at the bottom of the range with the oscillator being bullish, I feel safe because it's telling me that the oscillator is telling me that trend is up. That's kind of how I use that. Target to hit, stop move to break even here in NQs. And then is my ATR ThinkScript public? So this one on Ninja, are you talking about the one? I have them on ThinkScript and Ninja, but I have it in my room somewhere. The ATR one is in my room, but I'm sure you can find them online. They just plot on the bottom, which I don't really like. It's just like a squiggly line, which isn't that helpful. I just prefer a straight number.
Big ThinkScript guy, huh?
That's where I started all my codes, to be honest, and I've just transferred them.
I was gonna say that was an arena I never dabbled in, and I know I'm some kind of vibe coder now, but that was that I just don't use it, so not anymore at least.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell you if it's good or bad. It's been able to get what I need done. So I mean, obviously, I know for certain that the coding capabilities inside of NinjaTrader are much more sophisticated. But
yeah, I haven't built any of my own like custom studies or indicators and things yet. I've dabbled. I just have yet to actually like push one all the way through. Like, okay, this is a functioning one that I can actively use. People smarter than me have already built some good stuff and it works for me. So I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I said some of my vibe coding stuff with trading, I think, is more to make my life easier, automate stuff, help me know my levels before the day even starts, so I know areas I want to interact with.
yeah. There's a lot of, I mean, geez, this last 4 bars have all been ATR expansions in the NQ, which is kind of normal at the open because you go from a low volatility to a high volatility environment.
Sad, I just
man, take out that breakout off the open here.
Hesitated.
And GC, really clean push. I know you were there.
I was right.
Yeah, I
I
hate
30?
influencing anybody's opinion, so I've always called it. Yeah, 30 quarter.
Yeah, I mean, there was somebody stepping in here on the bid. Like you can see this. I can zoom in a little bit, but you see this large little bit of volume that came in here, like right at 24. There was somebody right there at the overnight VWAP too. Like that made a lot of sense, and that was what I was watching. And I was wondering, like, okay, if we get back down to 24 guy, is he still there? Does he add? Does another big size bid come in? And then I was going to jump in, and I just never got that like second confirmation after that big order came in that gave me the opportunity to jump in. And then I just chose not to chase. So that's on me. But that was, that's the 25
in the open.
Exactly. But that's the 25K holding type of long that I was talking about pre-market. So hopefully somebody took it with Jack. Simple,
yeah, I mean,
simple little trade there.
I know you were like, I saw my getting filled, and I hear you talking about how I don't know what you're looking at. Obviously, you liked whatever you saw down there, which made me feel happy about it because I was waiting.
Yeah, plenty of trades. If there's one thing that I've noted you could see this week is that there's been plenty of opportunities. Yesterday I got stopped out from the high of that consolidation that we were in, like after like the first hour or so before we got that leg lower of like 100 and almost 200 points. I literally got stopped out by 2 ticks, and then XY actually added as I got stopped out, and I just did not get back into the trade. Oh. Nick, do I use weekly and daily volume profile? Yes. So there'll be several. I might have a couple long time frame ones that I throw on my 4 hour. It could be a rolling like a 20 day, it could be a 5 day. I do weekly. If you guys ever watched when I used to do the Sunday open here and do my prep, like I have this type of chart for everything I look at. 1 hour candles with a weekly, volume profile build. So it kind of gives you that week structure with different market generated information type levels. So that's how I view it. And then I have another one that I do on a 4 hour as well. But this is what I look at, and even some of the daily profiles too. I just like to look at like the daily MGI levels with the previous week or the current week's volume profile. That's what I found most effective for me. Is my volume profile from Order Flow Labs. This one is the one you're looking at, but this is just a daily composite for RTH on the far right. And then the leg to leg is the OFL one. But that will eventually, a version of it will be free here soon. And there are some freemium ones already out there in the space. But yeah, you guys could mimic these now, but in the near future, you'll be able to get all of these yourself if you have the order flow edition, at least, of Ninja. But if you've ever seen me prep or read even some of the write-ups and briefs and things that I've done this week, like, it's not rocket science, guys. It's just a volume structure and market generated information type levels. Like, that's how I do probably 90% of my finding levels of interest. And then the rest is just a little bit of the order flow, watching in real time secret sauce. Are they available on Tradeovate? No, but there are some good volume profile indicators on Tradeovate, because I used to use them when I was trading on only a MacBook, and I used the Tradeovate Mac OS app. But there are like third parties that will spit out like good volume profile, and I think there's even a native volume profile one in there. But as far as like a leg to leg, I don't think anything like that exists, but there is a Delta profile I know on Tradeovate because I did used to use it.
Just missed the limit there in the ES at 30.13s.
Yep. Baby whale. You're right. It was called Sethmo for the Delta. So that's a good reminder. I couldn't remember the name, but yeah, that's it. I think you just need to enable like third-party indicators on Tradeovate, and you can find those.
Go back a little further. No push through that 25,100 so far. I just.
Yeah, I don't love this failure. It came in before the overnight high, though, which, Jack, I think we've talked about the 99% stat on a rolling 20 days, where we usually take out the overnight high or low during the session.
Yeah.
Did ES take out its overnight high? I think it did.
Came close. I don't think it did.
God, you're right. No, it did not. I'm looking at it.
23s is the overnight high, I believe. We're trading up right up to 22s.
Oh, well, I mean, NQ did, so I guess, hey, one of the two
NQ did.
paid.
Might come right back to where I bought before.
I know. And now it's like,
Oil's
okay, I got to wait.
Oil's so strong here.
Someone was asking something.
Yeah, I just clipped out for that final for like 30 points.
Why are you guys wrestling right now? My dogs are literally having like a fight under my legs right now.
Playing footsie with you?
They're just, for some reason, they want to wrestle not only in the office right now as I'm on stream, but under the desk of all places, like versus the rest of this entire room.
Let's hope they don't pull your power club.
Hey, dude, they've done it before. They knocked out the stream lights, the production light in front of me. They like knocked it out of the socket. And I was like, what is happening?
It's always scary when you're in your home and all of a sudden all the power goes off and you're like, no, it's just my dogs.
My first assumption, though, would assume it's the white van. And then the second one would be, it's probably the dogs.
It's a scary few seconds before you realize it's a dog.
And so far, inside day looks like it might be the right call. Shocker. I'm curious, though. You know, we keep knocking on 25K, and do eventually there's this sad looking structure from the ceasefire bid. Like, I just get, you know, we just got to be wary of this nice little box and this terrible looking structure here. That's all I'm saying with the, you know, trying to catch the knife kind of below 25K. You just got to be weary of that, because if it does lose it, you could easily go down to another 200 points, if not even lower, down to the 600s is possible, 680s. Plenty of spots lower. I just am not going to be the first hero under 960 to try to catch this just yet. All right, so far 20 guys still there. Zero would be great. Maybe not zero, but yeah. I need to keep my low of the year call for 2026 already in. I need to make sure that hits, so I don't have to delete all the tweets. So as long as it holds 23K, we're pretty much I'm golden for the rest of the year. I can be insufferable in December that I say I called it in March. No, the odds of that happening I would say are pretty low. Anything can happen in this world. But I do like what Jack and I were saying is the new all-time high before it's potentially taken out.
Yeah, my theory is the market just goes up. That's just my overall bias. The market just goes up, and then now and then you get like a pullback for whatever reason, and then it just goes back up again.
You already have Claude ready to delete when it goes to zero? Yes.
Yeah.
The second we make a new low this quarter, those will all be scrubbed, and I will immediately just go into, I never said that.
Yeah, a guy I work with says you can only bet on the world ending once. And if you're right, it really doesn't matter. So I'm got a limit here at 24,985 in the NQ or 87s, which is just bottom of the leg up. I'm kind of in the camp that we're not going to go straight down and just sweep without at least a temporary bid, but we'll see. Just like right off where this started here. ES is holding up pretty well, still not back through that morning open.
Yeah, it's stuck at the or mid. Let's see if NQ. No, I was like, I want to see if it makes a peak below 25K that I can get in. Yes, I sorry, I'm trying to read this. There we go. Okay. Nick, what would I need to see for your ideal trade here? Well, since we made that push up, we failed before we got to 140s, and now we're testing the low. We made a new low of the day there on NQ, but we're probing my spot, my kind of hands-off spot here if we lose 25K with this with some force. So for me, below 980s, I'm sitting on my hands until we take out at least the overnight low, maybe previous day low. I don't really want to initiate a long between 960 and 920. That makes no sense to me. So ideally, we sweep below 25K, maybe take out 960 and then start to build back above, but it may not even give us the opportunity. I just don't really want to long this necessarily below 25K, especially with it already testing kind of the overnight high, failing, and now making new session lows. Oh, no, definitely good shorts. I was looking for shorts more towards like the 140s if I was going to jump in, up to even maybe the 180s. But we do have wholesale inventories in 2.5 minutes.
It's got short GC.
Yeah, I still
go ahead.
I was gonna say I still don't hate the longs here in like the 25K to 2520, or Jack kind of got long earlier, and where we saw that bid that came in around the 20s. So we'll see if we linger here and it's holding a support. Like, yeah, we can try the long again, but like I said, lose 25K, it does not make sense to stand in front of just yet and try to be a hero. ES is holding up great, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is.
But the more oil keeps creeping back up into the hundreds and higher, and equities are still kind of just like saying we don't care, makes me feel like we're going to clean up some of that structure sooner or later.
Yeah, I just shorted gold here. We had what I refer to as an ATR reversal, which is expansionary move back up to the upside, and then we basically pop that blue line is the midpoint of the prior day, and then this was an ATR bar down. So to me, that's just kind of like a continuation failure potentially. So got short the midpoint of that, just hit my first target. And I also just like the trade location we came off of. Gold was super weak yesterday. So hit one target there. We'll see if I can get two more. No new fills on these indexes. I was 08 quarter in the ES, nothing there. And so far, nothing down at 87s. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think if we hold here, we can get right back up to where we were just at, and then probably move into your zone, 25,140s. But I want to see it hold for a little longer.
Yeah, ES just still holding up here.
Yeah, I'm gonna be patient and wait for that 008. I think we'll get it, especially with oil on highs. I don't see us. Get a whoosh down maybe around like 1010. There's like 3 times at the open. Really, the only time I really look at times of the day, it's like 9:45. We seem to like reverse, or 9:45, 9:55, and 10:10. Like those are just entry time frames for me. In this case, it was a exit at 9:40 at the open of the 9:45 candle. That was the high.
All right, we're going to try it. Nope. If we stop me out, I think we're going to take out the overnight low. So I'm going to try one here. Ideally, would like to see us push back up towards 80s and then make a decision if I'm going to stay in this. But so far, not looking great. There we go. Come on. Get over 20, guy. I'm really watching ES here.
Yeah.
If it starts to show weakness, I'm going to get stopped. But that's what you want to see.
Here you go. You buy it I buy it the first time, you buy it the second time. Sooner or later,
Yeah.
somebody will keep it up.
All right, let's go pop this. At least head out to the 60s. Yeah.
Okay.
25, 130. The market's rigged. Yeah, I wanted like the 140s again that we were talking about yesterday. And it just decided to reoffer at 110s. It's not allowed. You bought ES to help my trade. Well, I appreciate it. ES is still looking constructive. NQ, just come on. Need you to push. There we go.
Yeah, I'm about to just drag her on up. Join you. Put stop below that low.
Give you blood. I don't know how much blood we're going to get today. I think Jack and I both were thinking inside day for the moment, which is fine. Range day. If you guys didn't know, we're back in like the range from hell for majority of February and March, at least in the NASDAQ. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, I joined
Send
you on that.
A little higher. Come on. At least go to the R mid.
I definitely want to see a clearance above the 950 candle. That'll make me feel confident. Otherwise,
when I'm in a trade, are you watching volume on the DOM or the Delta? Really kind of the Delta profile that's on my DOM because it's right next to time and sales. It lets me see the bid ask. It lets me see the pull stack. So everything's kind of in the same like eye line, if that makes any sense. Because if you've seen Leo's DOM and when he has showed the free DOM on here, like that's basically my DOM. But I don't love that rejection again off the RTH VWAP. The free DOM.
love it.
Yes, Leo's DOM. I don't know what else to call it. The free DOM. That's what we're calling it.
Whoever's in charge of the creativity side is killing it.
Don't tell me. Are we really just going to reject off RTH VWAP and just stop me? Like, that's not fun. I need a cigar? No, I'm not a cigar guy. Every once in a while. Sure.
Nick for a cigar.
Miami will be that once in a while. Yeah, that's very possible. Last time I had a cigar was in Naples with everybody when we did the production meetup.
I do have a friend with a cigar lounge that's pretty swanky in Miami if we so choose.
Nice. Yeah, I don't love this rejection. But whatever. Risking $200 to make it like 1,000. So
Yeah, I got basically not as much on the upside, but same on the downside here. $200 a risk, keeping it tight.
I mean, I guess like 800 because I'm looking for like 80s. No, it's gonna push.
I'm gonna go
Probably
back to where I was, back to my home at 70s. What did I say that was level was? 24,987s here. Been holding this level for, I don't know, 15 minutes.
Yeah, the more we keep knocking on 25K here. I mean, ES is still sitting on the highs of the OR.
Yeah, I'd love to be long.
A little bit of
Yes,
divergence this morning. I'd much rather I'd feel more comfortable long ES because what is going on? I guess the Mag 7's relatively weak to start this session. Meta and Amazon, the only ones green. So a little bit of weakness in some tech. Yes, Rakesh is probably Mr. 20 guy, just holding the market up.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip out of here and just reset for my
Nope.
lower.
Now ES is gonna fall over, isn't it?
I'm gonna go back to where I wanted to go.
Wow. New low. That tape changed pretty quick there on ES. Now, if it stopped me out and just goes back up, I'm going to be pissed. Like if you're going to make a new low, NQ. Don't go to 25K and just immediately reverse like that. I would say the tape changed. Well, not tape changed, but the delta on ES got a little more aggressive to the sell side there. But yes, we are in a range.
Give me my 88s, 24,988. Just if we are in a range, it's kind of buying the bottom of the range with that one. So
Yeah, at this point,
I'm not really expecting a whoosh through lows right here. But
I'll take a stop everybody out that's sitting on 25K here.
if we trade that 08s and ES at the same time, we trade 98s in the NQ. I like that.
This is really turning into just like RTH consolidates and we do nothing. Let's see. Are we really going to do this? Jack, did you exit?
I did. I just took $100 clip.
Yeah.
Still, my and I'm glad I did because I would have lost 250. So I mean, because I have my stop at the low of that range, but I'll get back in if I need to.
Yeah,
we're still holding it.
Yep.
That general level.
That was me basically
I was looking for the punch and go.
Oh God. That sucks. That's me putting a stop at a new low of the day, expecting if we make a new low of the day, we're going to break below 25K and we stop at 25K and then reverse. That sucks.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what though, if we do start bin back up here, I'm going to look for that oil to actually reverse this time. I need to see us start getting below some levels and I'll maybe take a short in there. I don't know. I'm not sure we're out of this range yet. You know, we are still dilly-dallying around. I really want to see '08 quarter trade. I'm going to take a deep breath, wait for it, or whatever. We move up and out of the range, and I'll bit more aggressive with my bids. But really, nothing's changed here. I think I don't want to overtrade this bar coding right here that we've had so far in the last 20 minutes.
I mean, yes, our vol is at 60, which just NQ is at 73. So, yeah, not a lot of velocity today in this market. Yes, Frank, it really is that frustrating. NQ just being obnoxious.
Maybe she'll find her footing at 10:30. Got about 15 minutes here.
I mean, average daily range, rolling 20 days, 400 points. Today we're at 110. So if that tells you this may turn into a touch grass post Euro close kind of day, nothing does. Yeah, our vol at 70, range is only 110 points. Oof.
So what is the RVol? Is that, I mean, relative volume? Is that correct? And then you're looking at based on how many, like the last 300 days?
I think it's a rolling. If I remember what Leo's like, because this is an indicator where it gives you the average rotation range and daily thing. I believe it's a rolling 20 for all of these.
Okay, rolling 20.
Which is, yeah, that's how I use a lot of random like MGI and things. Like the the overnight low, overnight high stat during RTH, like that's like 99% of the time it hits. That's a rolling 20-day average.
Okay.
But we're at 25K here again. Like at this point, let's just punch it down to 960. Take out the overnight low. Like let's do something interesting. Make my stop out worth it.
Give me my entries. And
What
then
did we
go
get? I was in at 15. So like 40 points on that trade, I guess. The one lot I could have done. There we go.
Now, do we go back into the range or do we break down through it? Here's the question. This is where I originally had my bid before I joined you, but I'm going to everything in order here. See if we can get a reversal.
At 980s, I wouldn't mind if that starts to show some support. If not, let's just take out overnight low. But yeah, they're stepping in there, right there. Let's see.
Yeah, well.
Yep.
I'm going to set my timer. Try to let this play out with minimal thoughts.
Touch crash sites today. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Those, when you see a range like that, and it seems like we're just waiting for the next headline before we do anything, and we're sitting on. I mean, the only thing that's keeping me at the desk is the fact that I am relatively bullish. I mean, I hate that most of the move happened during, most of that 3% was basically during Asia, and then we've done nothing since then. But yeah, that giant air pocket dead body of the Asia session from the ceasefire news, and with oil creeping back up and us teetering around the bottom of that node is what's keeping me at the desk. That there's another 200 to 400 points for the taking if we lose this support. So that's the trade to the short side that I'm potentially looking for. I'm not trying to short 25,000, 140s or 200s, 250s, whatever, and then expecting that entire move. But you break 25K with some force, you may get that rotation down to 800s, if not 680s. Could very much be possible. And then the full gap fill would push us back down to like 420. But yeah, that's the stuff that'll keep me at the desk today. The fact that this might potentially play out. I thought it was going to yesterday, to be honest. When it seemed like the when Tracy and Craig kept like lobbing new headlines yesterday morning, and it seemed like the ceasefire is not, that didn't actually happen. It just seemed like it was more of an escalation again instead of an actual ceasefire. So we'll see here.
All right, not much so far. Yeah, if we don't hold these overnight lows, I'm 24,855 would be like a major level for me below. Really want to see this hold here running into the 1020. Tighten up my stops a bit.
Surprised we're not short. I mean, we're still sitting in support. Like, it's hard for me to want to short this low from 25K. Like, just looking at where this volume node kind of is about to die and potentially retrace a good amount of this, we're sitting like right here, which would mean this little LVN, the bottom of this node, is some support. So I don't necessarily want to short that unless there is that break of like 960s, like I was saying.
You say one thing now, but we're already down 100 points off highs plus. So, I mean, hindsight's 2020. Maybe in 30 minutes, you're going to say, surprised you're not long. You got short that move. Good. Happy for you. Want everybody to win. I cheer against no one.
The chat's expecting us to catch every move on the chart.
Surprised you didn't short the high and long the low.
I mean, I think I was saying 140s was the first place I'd look for a short. We didn't get there. So for me, I'm not gonna short yesterday's point of control, which is like 9.8 or the 2580s. I didn't have a lot of enthusiasm to do that. It happened to also be the overnight high and previous day close, but I just didn't feel like jumping in there. My whole logic was like, I'd rather get in where I did, which is around 25K. Even now, we're holding the 980s like I thought we could. That's why Jack's kind of in down there. So far, so good. Nothing's really happened this whole day.
Yeah, very rarely when you enter are you right immediately and it's 100 points in your favor. That's very rare circumstances in which that occurs. Oftentimes, you have to get in a position, take a little risk, feel the heat, and then it goes your way. Like this morning, I mean, I was in basically longs off the open, took targets for like 40, 70, and 30 points. And then we faltered back in.
I mean, ES is sitting on the lows again, which is interesting.
Yeah, as long as the selling pressure isn't accelerating, we're going to be coming up on the 1, 2, 3. I guess we're on the fourth bar down. So we'll see in another 10 minutes if we're still holding. But, morning buyers bid it up. Failed to get a continuation, stop down through the lows of the morning buyers. Is there more sellers that want to push it through? TBD.
Yeah. So far, I mean, I have not seen the velocity you would want from sellers that show me they're going to break 25K and try to take us to retrace some of this from the last 2 days. That enthusiasm is just not necessarily there just yet. In fact, you're seeing I got 150 lot at here at 93s. Like there's some people on the bid. We're liking the 25K. But I do agree. The more CL climbs, I mean, something's got to give here. Because CL is looking at escalation. Equities are still in la la land, apparently, given us still monitoring this situation. Oil strength was key for me looking to the short. Yeah, fair. Completely fair idea.
Let's see here. I'm going to check. Got my options levels here now from my boy Perry. Let's see. I'm going to open those up. See if what's important. Yeah, VIX is on lows.
All right. Thank you. Make a decision.
Yeah, I'm going to tighten up even tighter here. If we do start H and lower, and then I'll be looking for 24,554 if we break overnight lows, 24,554 to 24,810 area is going to be the sweet spot. I'll look for us to kind of get down into.
Those 170 lots on NQ at 95 were following price up to 25K. We can't consider, like, why can't we consider that as bullish? Because you don't know if that's somebody covering a short. Like, we have no idea. Doesn't matter. There's just, at that time, there's larger orders sitting on the bid side around 25K, but they're gone. So we'll see here. We take out overnight low, 960s. That's kind of my line in the sand. I don't really want to be long below that. At least, yeah, especially not catching the knife. If we came back above after taking out a low, like, sure, you can try it there. But at the moment, we get kind of below 960s. I'm no longs for me until probably 800. Looking for a spot to join along to the sell side. Yes, Jim. It seems like equities finally noticed that CL's up 8% today.
Now the question is, can we get a pop to sell into? I'm gonna go ahead and
God, it's just so much indecision, no speed either direction. Line in the sand here for me at ES too, at like 04s, 03s.
yeah, I'm gonna try to sell a pop here.
I think NQ will test 870 today. I mean, I don't hate it. I would say lower. I would say closer to 800 to 680s is if we actually were to lose this, what I would expect. Just the giant air pocket, as you can see, that big box on my chart here. But sellers got to want it. And so far, they can't even use the bid and crude to even break the overnight low. Why am I looking for buys? I guess that's exactly why. It's just all this time we've had an hour here and no effort from sellers to really want to break this range.
They're tempting. They're tempting. I'm on the short offer now.
Yeah. Like the theme of this entire correction down to 23K was just this is the speed it operated at during RTH. We just kind of, if we drifted lower, it took forever, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you were going to sell, I do think the short opportunity was at 1010, but hindsight's 2020. That pop at 1010 was probably the only thing. I don't even, for me, on a really short highs, the ES would have been kind of hard to get into for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm there with you.
Came right up to that. Let me see. Gotta do some. But yeah, I know where I want us to go lower. 25,854. I'll say it again, and maybe even 67.57 on a real breakdown in the ES. But really, 67.78 is where I'm going to be watching the ES for longs later today. These have been my levels that are sweet spots for me. 24,855, 67.78. That's where I've wanted us to trade. So those are going to be like kind of the magnets I'm looking for to trade down into 222. Yeah, 150 off highs isn't bad movement. It's kind of in line with what we've been doing. Nothing crazy, but boy, oh boy, I tell you what, if CL ends up back at 110s here this week, that'll be a signal. offers at 25,009. Gold kind of reversing up here. That may be the market to begin looking into for a reversal.
Yeah, Craig, I was going to say I didn't see a headline either, but it seems like they just continue to walk oil higher,
Which is always scary. That means
Yeah.
somebody knows something we don't.
and equities, as we said, just on a slightly different planet currently.
Yeah. I got to start hedging my gas tank again, buy an MCL so I can fill up. Just stay long. There's a gold breakdown here. I'm going to bring this into view. Start looking for a short here. I got a limit here in gold. Yeah, I mean, as soon as we broke out of that resistance this morning, that we had around the $100. This is where we were consolidating here. It looked like we were going to get a potential sell-off. We ended up checking back down to the leg start here. ATR expansion up to begin this move. This is something you'll notice in really strong trends if you're ever watching my charts. That first move is usually a range. So this is a range expansion, continuation, one green bar, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 red pullback, expansion again, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th bar, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit of a pullback after this. I am selling into the halfway back short from 1010. So the 50% retracement from the 1010 high to low is where my order is for the MNQs. And then it also just lines up with the bottom of, that level that we were trading this morning, that, we were looking at as support before it broke. So it's just, I like the trade location here. I don't know if we can get up there. We may, if we start busting through lows here, which is very close to doing, I'm not going to get filled on this trade, at least anytime soon. It'll be a more of an aggressive push lower down into that 24,850. So, but I'm kind of more of a fan right now of this MGC trade. We had a wedge up at these highs. We ran into, and I already took a short up here. I should have been a little more lenient, but I had my first target hit and then moved my stop down in GC. If you guys remember that ATR expansion, I basically got short here, had a first target, and then we dallied around and I just tightened up my stop. If I kept my original stop, I'd be fine. But that's trading for you. But we came into the midpoint, rejected, consolidation, sold off. If we can retest that, I really like this trade location in GC. I am looking at a 5-minute chart. Almost always you're going to see me on a 5-minute chart. And if you guys could do me a favor, hit the like button, bump these numbers up to 400 here. We got about 22 minutes left for.
I'm like shocked that we just held 960s again.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to still be long because we're still holding levels, but I'm looking at crude and I'm like, no, it doesn't make any sense. Are the likes really at 15? No, you just need to refresh your screen. We're higher than that, but we're not at 400 plus yet.
We need to be up there.
And Leo will be in the green room and be ready to take credit for all of it. So let's make sure that doesn't happen.
But here's that fifth bar on CL. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see it's a I don't know, doji. What do you want to call that? It's gonna maybe close doji. What do we got here? A couple seconds left before the yes, I enter. Well, I don't really. I look at a 5-minute chart, but I mean, what do you? I don't know if that means I enter on a five. I guess I enter on price. I chart on time, if that makes sense. All charts have same prices, just in different time increments. So. The ATR length I have is 10. All right, here. And the old five bar rule in CL holds true. So I do think we'll maybe get a little bit of I mean, we are up.
Oh, really?
$2 in the last 20 minutes in CL, but just filled my GC short here. I'm hoping that this CL can pull back from here to give me my index entry, but I'm almost not liking the fact that we didn't take out those overnight lows. That makes me a little,
right.
I don't really like, I'm like, do I really want to short this next pop if we can't push through that low with oil up 8%?
Yeah. At this point, it's like, I mean, I don't mind trying the long here, just given that sellers just can't do it. But I also would be watching here. OR low, RTH VWAP, the point of control, all this right here. Potentially reoffer the first place that I actually got long today. But we shall see. Right now, it's just the oil thing is just making me concerned about being long. Excuse me.
Yes, Lido, I will share those indicators, but it might not be till I'm in Miami. Unfortunately, I've just been continuously improving them, and so I don't want to release something that I haven't yet totally finished, and I also have to separate codes because all my codes are tied together, and I'm not dumping the wagon, so I have to separate the codes.
Stop hiding the secret sauce, Jack.
Dude, also it's I need my landing pages, I need my I need the fulfillment.
Yeah, that's a process.
Like that's like stuff I just don't like doing. I'm gonna be honest. Like I sit at my desk for 8 hours straight, some days longer, and somehow I have to find the time to take care of a kid and go to the gym and make myself it's like at some point you're just like, yeah. But see, the good news is you can get the sauce every time I'm on air, and I'm on air quite often. I'll be on air at the close. Yeah, maybe that's true. But also then I have to make instructional videos. And I still have to doom scroll at the end of the day so I can remove my mind from, what we do. Finally, something. All right. This gold short's working out decently. I might start moving targets down. I really think gold can get back to like 60s. And there's my previous timer. I'm going to move this down here. Not moving that first target. It's nice to have you guys on air. Thanks, River Rock. Almost every Thursday. Oh, I'm a giver. I just don't have it done. It's not like I'm not going to do it. I just don't have it done. I'm also babysitting a dog right now, so I have to take the dog out.
First world problems, man.
Yeah, right. I gotta find time to eat.
Got to feed that thing. You know, it's like your parents in the weeds, because like my wife and I randomly sometimes we're like, it's like 6:30 and the dogs are just like staring at us and we're like, did you feed the dogs? No, I thought you fed the dogs. It's like, no, I fed the baby.
This is a rescue dog. Come here. Come on. I keep pushing her off me so she won't jump up anymore, but she is right underneath me. You want to come up? Come here. All right. This is
Oh, we got a puppy cam.
that's where I get my trade signals right here. This is Nova. Nova is a rescue from Kentucky. She's a sweet dog. She's trained. We think she's 4. I think she's a poodle mix of some kind.
Yeah, if there's we got puppy cam up, so if there's not at least 500 likes for the 1,200 of you that are currently watching, then I don't understand the chat, because who hates dogs?
Yeah, she also, the problem now that I've put her on my lap makes her think she's going to be here the rest of the day. So
She seems very happy.
She is very happy.
I would love to have it be my turn, but I've got one that's right under my feet, currently on his back, like legs in the air, the bougiest golden retriever you've ever seen. And the other problem is NQ is deciding to leave the overnight low behind and just go to a new high of the day, apparently.
For some reason, I just froze on some of my charts, but not all of them.
Zona, come here.
All right. I got to do stuff.
Puppy cam, I got one.
All right. I don't know what happened.
This is
but it's frozen.
This is Zona. Good boy. All right, get down. You're too heavy.
All right. Got my NQ filled there. So this is going to be my last entry on stream. We'll see
You
how
short?
she rolls. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Just
wanted a little higher. God, they didn't do it. Yes, Zona, as in Arizona, because my wife and I both went there. And when we picked him up from the breeder, he threw up all in the back of my truck. So we knew we were going to name one of the two boys, because they're litter mates, they're brothers. We knew we were going to name one of them Zona, but the one that puked in the back of my truck like a frat boy, we decided that's 100% Zona. We petitioned for dogs to remain in laps for the remainder of
I
session.
would do it, but I can't get to my mouses with her on my lap. And then I just like I said, I don't really need to get to my mouses too much, but now that I'm in these positions, and I'm probably not taking another one here for the time being. Oil coming down.
You'll figure it out. Yep. I just need to get the boys
Come on.
a chair, or just maybe I just have I'll get another camera plugged in and you guys can get the live dog feed. But I'm gonna see if I can potentially get a reoffer here in the next few minutes around this spot. Otherwise, I don't know. Arval in the 60s.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if we can't reoffer here back through lows, I'm not going to give this that much time. Then I'm just concerned that we're actually holding the low.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see. We shall see.
Would I like an IB mid short? I don't use the IB mid. So no, but like I said, I'm watching a reoffer right here. More dog stuff. ES is around the 5-minute mid, but I don't even know where the IB mid is. It could line up with something over here, but I don't know where it is.
Wave high to the Ninja Traders.
Sweet girl.
You want to trade? Yeah, she's very chill. Just goes to show you can find good dogs in the rescue system.
Why do I have a pencil? Salma, I've explained that on the show before. My OCD, ADD, whatever different psychological diagnosis that have never actually happened for me. It's like, this is my fidget spinner when I trade. Leo asked me that like a few weeks into trading the close when we started last March. And a couple people in the chat finally were like, Nick, what are you writing? Are you journaling as you trade? No, this is a fidget spinner basically for me. Just something else to occupy my mind. Because as if like music in my ear, chat here, cameras, multiple charts, dogs was enough stimulation for my brain. Apparently I need more. But watching here, potential reoffer. Let's see.
Yep, definitely want to see some. Let's see there. Once this candle closes, I'm probably going to put my stop above this high here.
Got it pushed back below 20. Kind of want to build into a normal position size here, but this doesn't work. I'm probably not going to trade the rest of the day. Or I'll come back later after I
I'm going to be waiting for those bigger levels I have. Not mess with this if we just go back in a range, no continuation.
Yeah. Like I'm basically short the spot I was long. So
yeah, you're right. What's the old saying? Support becomes resistance. Show us.
Let's see it actually work. Once again, at this point, it's like, okay, we went up, tested the highs, didn't work. We probed the lows, finally broke, but didn't do it with enough force. Getting a decent spot to reoffer here. Let's see if the trend holds or if we're just in misery range from hell, RVOL in the negative sevens.
She's happy to be loved. As everybody. Everybody likes a little doggy love. But yeah, she's quite calm. Yeah, it does look like it's rotating up here. I might just cut it early. I don't really.
Well, that is what it is. It can now just go without me. I'm once again the 960 held, but I wanted to see us take out the overnight low for potentially getting long, building back above 960. But I mean, it's not even invalidated here. We're sitting at the point of control. Might even re-enter, but probably shouldn't.
I just closed that trade. We've clearly flipped biases here.
It's just obnoxious day.
Yeah. Goes from buying the open, attempting a long, trend flipping to lows, oil on highs, no continuation lower, right back up. Now I'm like, if this is where like now we're set up for a long, let me get a pullback. When we are in these ranges, and you try to get any continuation on the one side, it's just can be frustrating, which is what I just tried to do. But I'm keeping it small here. Like I'm taking really just like $200 losers. Like
same.
That's what you got to do, and then just get one winner for a G, and you're good.
Yep. Like 0 for 2. I mean, in some capacity, I guess I missed the first long with Jack, and second one. I mean, the second one even worked for 46 points, but then came all the way back.
Yeah, we just on my little market analyzer just flipped long on NQ, ES, Russell, and the Dow, which was not the case earlier. So I'm not going to be trading against that bias. But the thinking of these markets, and the way the ES traded versus the NQ traded, if I do decide to re-engage longs, I'm definitely going to want to be paying attention to the ES as opposed to the Nasdaq. Just the ES is the closer one to highs. I think has a better chance of really just holding those pullbacks extremely technical. And oil finally rotating out of its highs.
I mean, Mr. Market, I trust me, I wanted to be long off everything today. That was the read. I mean, we even held the low of the volume note as it is. It's just this. I've talked about this type of trade that it's just like I sometimes can take this, sometimes I can't. But when we get that close to an MGI like the overnight low and it stops, like it's rare that I jump in there. Like without that sweep and build back above, it's always difficult for me. I feel like I take that trade like 1 out of every 10 times that situation happens.
Yeah.
Just hard for me to get long there. Was it cleaner on ES?
I mean, we held higher in the range with that NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ got basically to those overnight lows and very close to, overnight support. But the ES just held higher in the range. We were basically at the 8:30 low versus, we were already at the 4 a.m. low for the NQs. So, I mean, who knows? This also, who's to say we're going to continue here? We could just be back at the top of the range. That's the hard thing for me. Like, as I'm looking at this day develop, it's like, okay, like we just bid out of lows. You would think, do you want to look for a continuation here? Ideally, I do. Like, we're still strong in oil, but I'm so not interested in trying for another continuation in this range, literally between the lows of today and the highs of today. Like, trading in that middle seems pretty difficult right now. It's got to be on the edges.
Now is
Hey.
Leah,
Hello.
I have a feeling
What's up, guys?
you're long from 25K or something.
Me?
Yeah.
965.
Okay, so you took the long I couldn't.
I mean, if
No
somebody's
overnight
going
low
to do
sweep.
it, it's got to be me. Like, Nick, if you can't do it, I'll do it.
Yeah, hey, it's fair.
Nice trade.
Tough,
Right. Clean off the bottom.
Tough session. Just rangy, slow. Salma, how'd you do?
Hi. I just took my first trade of the day. Literally right now while I was waiting to get on. I took some crude shorts and I got into some Russell longs. I like it. I think it should pan out. But it seems like I didn't miss much this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, basically like 1/4 of the range we've pretty much had the last couple weeks.
At least you guys
average.
had a calm Thursday in comparison to what you guys usually deal with on here.
No, that's fair.
They gave us a day off.
Yeah. I love how Leo goes. He goes, you've been long since 25,000. He goes, actually, been long before then. Actually, I had a better entry.
Well, I didn't actually say actually. I just
I
said
know,
I'm
but like your
965.
tone, the inflection in your voice.
Well, it's like I gotta have fun with my buddy Nick.
That was awesome. That was great. He goes, no, 965.
Well, it just looked like I know Leo, and it looked like a reversal that I assumed he would have been on.
I mean, that's me very well. You probably know my trades before I take them usually.
Oh, I mean, I take some similar ones here and there.
What would Leo do?
I bet Leo's long right now.
Yep.
But
He was
I mean,
thinking
that's
that when
just
we were
like
at
we've
Lowe's.
traded together for
Years.
5 years now. So it's just like we kind of all know what trades we're in.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, you guys have at it, Leo. Nice long, and
Thank you, Jack.
catch you guys later.
See ya.
Enjoy, guys.
Ciao.
Thanks,
See ya,
Jack.
Nick.
Bye, guys. What's up, Leo?
Not much. Damn, I'm getting
It's been a while.
Some weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I can't lie.
Dude, did you tell them I don't want to stream with Salma anymore? What's going on?
That okay. Let me just make sure that you know that I love trading with you.
All right, cool. You guys heard that, right?
Anytime they separate us for, a duration, you should blame production, not me.
All right, cool. I thought maybe you were like, I don't want to stream with Salma anymore. You can let
that's a
Stowe
lie.
stream with her.
That's a straight up lie.
All right, cool. Good to know.
I had a little decent position here, so I'm down to 3. I'm actually thinking about, just taking one because we're kind of near the top of this range where we've filled, quite a bit. We're already kind of seeing that little resistance here. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take one off and then just leave 2.
What if I tell you I feel like we're sitting right at support? I know we're not, we haven't been doing much. But I have this like 27 level on NQ. And I think as long as that holds, you should be fine on your longs. I mean, obviously I'm long biased right now, so I'd like to see the market pump. But
yeah, I mean, if you just look at the the 4 hour,
exactly what I'm looking at here. Yep.
It's just there's definitely there's this push, whatever you want to call it, this pump, whatever. And then all these wicks down here, and there's volume, this little low volume area. That's this whole node right here now separates us from this larger node down here, right?
Right.
And so at the edge of the node here, we're finding buyers, and we see that on the price action, we see it on the volume profile. And so if that's the higher time frame look, and then you go, okay, where are we at from last night? It's kind of like the same thing is happening, on the shorter time frame. We can see that. So naturally, I'm looking for these dips to be bought. And, there was a decent amount there was actually a lot of responsive buying in these OR, like below right here in this OR, and then it got flushed. And then we made this low that was kind of suspicious because it was right near the overnight low. But I took a stab at it and it worked out.
Yeah. I like it. I mean, we just had the hourly candle close. ES is looking real iffy though. Closed as a doji. Not sure how much I love that. I'll show you guys. Sorry, I was looking at a different monitor. But yeah, closed as a doji here. That's obviously indecision. We have been kind of choppy this morning, so it makes sense. I would want to see this 14 level hold on ES and then continuation higher, but I don't know. You got YM trying to shit the bed for whatever reason.
Well, that's good for tech stocks.
Yeah.
Are you in a position right now?
Yeah. I'm long the Russell and I'm short crude.
Okay, nice.
It was working out 4 minutes ago before this hourly candle closed.
Huh.
Pat. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we might be just building, fair value up here. Unfortunately, it could just be kind of a choppy rotational market today.
Yeah,
Where
I
you
don't
get
know.
selling at the top of the range, buying at the bottom of the range. It's kind of just a back and forth.
Yeah.
Choppy, two boppy.
What? What the heck? Oh, Cooper says CPI leaked. Yeah, must be. Must
I'm
be
sure.
leaked.
Hey, Cooper, can you send it to me, please? Thank you.
You know, Cooper's going to be in Miami.
Sick.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he won some giveaway, I think.
Leo, talk about when you are not here. It's all good things.
What does
I
that
don't know
even
what you
mean?
Talk about when you're not here. I need clarification on that.
BC. Well, to be fair, this morning I was at my desk, but I didn't take a trade. Wasn't really paying attention too much to the market this morning at open. Obviously, I looked at it right before we got on stream here. And then I do plan after stream, go eat some breakfast. So yeah, I'll have some breaks. I'm going to try really hard to try and implement that. I don't know, Leo, you probably missed the segment yesterday, but I was on with Jared Tendler and we were just talking about sort of what are my flaws in trading. And one of them, we came to the conclusion that one of my flaws, the reason for the flaw could be because I'm always in front of the screens. And, I always joke about it on stream that I'm trading every single session, that I'm constantly at my desk. I'm always looking at the charts. So he recommended that I start to take little breaks here and there because obviously your brain can't be sharp 24/7, right? So if you take breaks, come back to the screens, you can kind of give yourself like a mental reset. So that's what I was just talking about now with BC. So you're not out the loop, basically.
Yeah, I missed that segment. So what was the resolution there? Like, what was the action item?
So like we were talking about risk management. That was like the original topic. And my issue is, you know how some people say, oh, like I take profit too early. Oh, I get stopped out too early. Like to me, I'm the opposite of that. Like my risk management is a little bit too loose. Like I'm okay with, wider stops. I'm okay with letting green go to break even to red. And I'm not saying these are good things. Obviously they're not, which is why, I came on live and I spoke about it in front of everyone, put myself out there. But yeah, it's something that I've known and something I've been wanting to work on. And so his recommendation was just sometimes we forget the things that we're supposed to do when you're in front of the screens all day. Those things kind of go poof, right? Like we know we're supposed to take partials. We know we're supposed to keep tight, like stops a little bit tighter. And yet for some reason, when you're staring at the chart, you're an hour into this, you get like mental fatigue. And so his recommendation was just to take some breaks. For anyone who wanted to catch that segment, you can watch yesterday's Trade the Close. It's on the NinjaTrader channel. And you can just go to 4 p.m. Starts at 4 p.m. and it was like about 20 minutes or so. I just talked about that and he was kind of giving me some advice and recommendations.
I mean, it takes a lot to put yourself out there like that. So I commend you for doing that.
Oh, thanks,
Sounds like
Leo.
it was productive.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a little bit honest with yourself if you want to ever improve and become better. And so I saw that as a really good opportunity to just be open and honest with, everyone watching. And I know people watch us every single day and they probably think that we're like immune to falling into bad habits. We're immune to losses. We must be some type of like, you know, well, guys, like at the end of the day, we're just human, right? I'll be the first to admit when I don't know something. I'll be the first to admit that, you know, I have my downfalls. So it was a good segment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the anybody that it's kind of weird, like anybody that's willing to put themselves out there, you know, come on the stream, talk about their trading, take trades, you know, etc. It's like, oh, that person is, they have to, you know, there's like an inherent desire from other people that watch them, like, oh, they have to win every trade, otherwise they're a shitty trader.
Right.
So there's almost that weird dichotomy too. You know, it's like, hey, my win rate is not 100%. Nobody's is. It's closer to a coin flip, you know, than most people think.
Right.
And so there's that too. So I think it was good.
It's also a little bit weird because like on X, you know, obviously I feel like X is a really good place most of the time,
Yeah.
but it's also very toxic, and it's toxic in the
I haven't
sense
really-
that
Yeah, I haven't really found much of a reason to tweet, and I think that I used to really enjoy it. Like I used to post a lot of
Mhm.
you know, my thoughts on the markets and different strategies, and even just, you know, shit posting, you know, comedy, you know, just
Right.
things that are entertaining. And I'm just like, all I see is I don't know,
it's exhausting.
nothing genuine, you know. It's
Yeah,
just like,
go ahead, sorry.
it's not a fun place to like hang out, you know. It's like it used to be, you know. Not everybody flaunted their latest payout, you know, or you know, or just argued with each other about dumb stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
people used to actually like talk markets and you know, talk about like different strategies. And I think when people do, you know, put out like threads on like volume profile or you know, just like anything that I see, it's like they're intentionally putting it out there just to get engagement. You know, it's like
Mhm.
what it's written in a way to get like you to read more. Like it's not just written in like, hey, here's a volume profile. Here's a
Yeah, it's like clickbait. It's like clickbaity. Yeah.
right. There's like it lacks actual depth. So it's just like even the educational stuff that I see is it's not very educational. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even like put that stuff all to the side. It's also, as I would imagine, as a new trader, you looking at X and following all these like bigger pages, it's a little bit misleading because everyone on X posts like their life is perfect, like they make a boatload of money, like they can never be wrong. And it's kind of weird because when you want to try and be vulnerable, people shit on that. They're like, you know, you can't win, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And it's funny because the other day you were saying how people flaunt their payouts. I was actually contemplating posting a screenshot of like my P&L calendar. And it was just, long story short, I wanted to just showcase how I had one day where I kind of let like a bad habit slip in. It cost me big, almost lost the account, but I didn't. And then I kind of like, I jabbed for like 4 days straight, guys, where I was taking like small base hits, brought the account back alive, and then it was enough for me to even take a payout. And I wanted to just post that to like talk about that. Like, you know, sometimes I fall short and not everything is like sunshine and rainbows. And then I thought about it and I was like, wait, why would I do that when there are people that are waiting to troll me, waiting to clown, waiting for me to show like the first sign of weakness? And then it was sitting in my drafts. Like I never even hit tweet on it. It's kind of sad because like you can't even be vulnerable on X without, you know, people being like the first to comment something negative.
Yeah, they'll
I don't
just
know.
attack you. We're getting a nice
Yeah.
bump here.
Give me more.
I'm gonna go ahead and close that one for 100. It's good enough.
Good stuff.
Just pull my stop up here.
Let me see. What do I don't even have levels on IQ. Maybe
It is,
156.
it is easy to dunk on people online. We see it all the time here in the chat.
It's so easy. And it's like, well, why would I be an easy target for them? And so I will say, as much as we hate how people on X are like furus and pretend to like, be perfect and know-it-alls, it's also because most people don't give them a chance to even be vulnerable. Because, when you do that, then you get shit on. I don't know. It's really weird, guys. It's really weird.
For the record, I hope you all make money. I just like messing with Nick.
Funny
We
as
all like
hell.
messing with Nick. Nick is
Bro,
such a great guy.
Nick
yeah,
for
like,
Sig.
he's so Nick is just so genuine. Not that anybody else isn't, but I don't know. Like he's just quiet, It's just like he's not super outspoken. He's a good dude all around.
You know what's funny? When he said he described himself as an introvert on stream once, he could have fooled me because I would not have categorized him as such.
Oh, he's definitely an introvert.
Yeah.
I am as well. I'm definitely introverted.
Yeah, I don't take that. I take you as like, I don't know. I take you both as like people, like, you're a people person and you're an extrovert, like to yap.
Nope. I don't have the gift of the gab, That was not bestowed upon
Gift
me
of
from
the
the great
yap.
Lord.
That's funny. Come on, ES. Pump us. Wow. ES making new high a day and NQ just doing nothing. Come on.
Every OFL person on NT is an introvert. Yeah, I
Is
think you're
XY
right.
introverted?
Yeah, Stowe is as well.
Yeah, that's so weird to me.
Pump it up. Come on, pump it up. Where's the clip?
Wait, that was a clip or is that you right now?
I got to play the clip.
Pump up the jam, pump it up.
The other one.
You got to pump it up.
Yeah.
Yo, you're needy. For production.
Gosh. It's unnecessary, Salma.
Trading is an introvert gig. It is, but like, yeah, I guess it is. I only talk to people online about it.
Do I track double break stats on the 5-minute med? I do. I have them.
All right, Crude is puking here. I'm going to move my stops into profit a little bit here.
Carl, I agree with you 100%. I've never had a desire to share anything about any of that stuff. How do you call yourself introverted when you guys live stream? Well, we're all at home. That's how.
Yeah, I don't think I'd categorize myself as an introvert. I love to yap.
Have you seen the meme that's like all the introverted people should unite separately in our homes?
No, but that's funny. That's exactly what you guys do, basically. OFL on NT Live.
Yeah. A 2x break on the 5-minute mid would be high. A 2x break. What do you mean? Like you're saying like we passed through the OR? So like we broke the high, we broke the low.
Oh, this is such a nice setup on TL. Wow.
Where?
The 30-minute looking real good for a continuation lower.
Let's see.
Yep. See if anyone in the chat ever pays attention to why I take the trades that I take. Can anyone in chat tell me why I took this trade?
What trade?
My CL short.
Oh, where are you short from?
102.10.
Oh, I can tell you
Tell me.
because it failed to take out the prior high.
What else? Look, if you look at, I mean, you don't look at
Is it
candles,
CH
right?
pattern?
No. So if you look at the 30-minute, I always
Let me
take,
switch to the let me switch to the 30
yeah,
minute.
yeah, do the 30-minute and then let me know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, we failed to take out that high.
Besides that,
What else is on this? Oh, this single. I would call it a single price,
all right,
but you
I'll
can
help
call
you
it a
out.
fair
I'll help
value
you out.
gap.
I'll help you out because I don't trade fair values. But these setups, right, where you have this one candle here at 10 o'clock trying to push higher. It's looking real good for the bulls. 10:30 candle looks like it was pushing higher. Seller stepped in, pushed price down, and we got this 30-minute candle close with a large wick at the top, right?
Yeah,
Now it's even better that this high stayed as a protected high, right? We didn't take out, this current 30-minute candle didn't take out that high, protected. This is the best short setup for me, in my opinion. These are basically what I look for, especially at like the top of a trend or, the bottom of a trend. Always look for those large wicks.
Yeah,
You can
I mean,
you can make the
wicks-
case that this is a shooter candle as well. Whatever. I know I saw somebody in the chat say that.
yeah, it's like a failure. It's basically a failure auction to take this higher.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a failed breakout
Very-
candle, basically.
Yeah,
Yep.
good stuff.
They're the best.
All right, so we went to the top of the OR.
Someone said it's the pattern that you crow about. James, excuse me, sir.
Wait, what?
I don't know what that means, but I guess he's trying to say I always yap about the same pattern. But
I
yeah,
think that's good. He's saying
consistency,
like you're always
consistency,
consistent.
consistency. Yeah,
Consistently yelling about the same pattern.
yeah, I do always talk about this. But he said he takes it now. He's taken it multiple times, so makes me happy.
3 black
Good
crows.
job, guys.
Time-based setups might be speaking Mandarin to Leo. No, I just convert it to auction market theory. You heard me say, "Oh, it's a failed auction up here." This is what happened.
You meant soap. I don't know what you mean. Wick to be filled. I don't know. I don't know what that means. All right, I'm gonna move my Russell stop into profit. I'd love to keep seeing us push higher.
What type of guy is Riz? You went on his podcast? I did not go on Riz's podcast. You may be thinking of it different, Leo.
Damn, let me find out you're doing podcasts, Leo.
I don't know. That's against my. We actually did a podcast with me, So, and AJ. We did a podcast. Have you listened to it? We had a whole season in 2020. Let's see, 2024.
No, can you send me the link? I'll watch it.
Yeah,
I think AJ's hilarious.
it's on
He's-
Spotify.
He's freaking funny.
Whoops.
Text it to me. I use Spotify.
I'll send you a link. Where is it? I can't believe you didn't know about this.
No.
Kinda
Sometimes
crazy.
I miss stuff. Make sure to thumb up the link. Thanks for the idea. I'll wait for him to message me. All right, cool. That's all you're getting is a thumbs up.
It does have 4.9 stars, so it's highly rated.
Wow. Wait, how long is it? Can I listen to it on 2x speed?
I mean, it's on Spotify. You can listen to it as fast as you want.
All right,
we go
cool.
into volume profile, we go into delta, we go into single prints, market generated info, some mental game. AJ talks about how he trades trend days. Creating a trade plan. We had a couple of special guests, trade management, execution. It's very much like like a hands-on podcast, right?
Yeah,
Not no fluff.
I like it. You guys all should watch it, chat. If I gotta watch it, you guys gotta watch
No,
it.
you don't even have to watch it. You can just listen. There's no video.
Well, you know what I mean. Listen. If I gotta tune in, you all have to tune in. Ah, there's a few people in the chat who have watched it. Cool.
We have a couple of fans,
That's always nice.
It's the low cost of free. It only takes the time that you have to listen. Can I just be your mentor? No, I don't have any. I've never done a mentor mentee. So that would be weird for me. I don't feel like I would be qualified to be a mentor.
I thought you did that though. For
What do you mean?
XY.
Well, he joined OFL in 2020, and we just there's a lot of hanging out, trading together.
It wasn't like official, like.
No.
I got you. I got you.
I already listened to some of the episodes twice. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank God, Mitch. I don't have to
Luckily, she
read
doesn't
it.
have to read it.
Thank God.
She can't read it. She wouldn't be able to read.
But Leo, now I have a nice book added to my collection behind me. So thank you.
Heck yeah.
There you go. It was a really good book though. I'll give it to you.
I thought you would enjoy it.
I did. I mean, I used to read a lot. I would consider that like a self-help book. I used to read a lot of those in high school. Yeah, Jose, let them
Cool
know.
ass story about somebody that just has done just crazy stuff with his life. And I think what you can do when you ignore anything else, like even your own body is telling you, you can actually push through those things.
Yeah, isn't it kind of crazy how, like, what the human body is capable of?
I mean, he ran basically on busted legs for that first 24-hour race that he did.
Yeah.
I can't imagine.
He's also he's crazy. Let's just face it. He's
also actually crazy.
Yeah.
Fair.
You gotta have like a little bit of some loose screws.
I mean, you also have to have the same loose screws to want to be a trader.
No. Fair. You make a good point. He'd be so mad Salma listened to the book instead of reading it. I don't think so, because the audio book, he like elaborates a little bit more on certain things. It was kind of cool listening to that.
Oh, Andre found NT Live through mentioning on the podcast. That's cool.
Nice. All right, don't love this 5-minute candle here. Need this to reject.
Oh damn,
come
look at
on.
CL.
Yeah, that's a nasty candle. Literally needs to reject this 101.70 area. Doesn't seem like it wants to. That's cool.
So seems like the old correlation here is still going on. I mean, they're buying CL, selling the markets, selling the indices.
If I get taken out of CL, I'll manually stop out of Russell too. I'm not letting this come back.
Yeah.
Got my finger on the button. Oh man, that was a close one. Come on, keep rejecting. Crayon lines, it's still valid on the 30-minute. Like the 30-minute candle still open. I mean, for another minute. Let me see. Yeah, I would say it's still valid. This bounce comes from this 9 EMA on the 15-minute. All right, hold on. And 30 seconds left. Guys, I wonder what Leo's looking at that's burning his face off right now.
Sorry.
I think they might take me out of CL.
Look at this on the 1 minute. Where's your stop?
I came really close to my stop. I'm still not taken out yet. Still in.
So your entry where on CL, where is it?
102.10.
Okay, gotcha. So you kind of went when we broke this low.
Yeah, but I put stops and profit just because I don't want this. I'm really, really trying hard to again be managing my positions a little bit better.
Yeah.
And being on camera, I spoke about this yesterday as well. Being on camera, in front of you guys, like it forces me to actually do the things that I know I need to do. Whereas off camera, it's a little bit easier to kind of just negotiate with yourself, come up with like reasons as to why I should do certain things. And yeah, so trying to be a little bit more disciplined, trying to be a better example for you guys as well. NAFO, I've never had an issue with their data, so can't complain there. Nah, composite trader, it's not being a degen. It's just like if I was off camera, I probably would have kept my stop like the where it was rather than moving it in profit. I probably would have found like a million reasons to just tell myself, you know, keep it where it is. It's not good. All right, liking this bounce on the indices so far. This is good. Need YM, guys. If anyone is trading or looking at YM, we need above 89. Ooh. Ooh.
Here we go. What's this?
I like
what are
that.
we doing? What are we doing? Another
Continue.
truce? Is this a truce to the truce?
Guys, this is awesome. There we go. Okay, I'm all out of my CL short.
Let's go. Salma's short.
Dude, what the hell is happening?
Nice trade.
I'm gonna get out of the Russell as well. I'm gonna try and there you go. I'm all out of everything. Selling to strength there.
I'm gonna hold this for new highs to
Dude.
250s.
ES and Q on a tear right now. Wow. What is this? I need to know. Hold on.
Let's see who can find it first.
Probably Tracy. Oh, Jim. Wow.
Oh, Jim. There you go. Trump
All right.
is personally asking Netanyahu to stop bombing people.
That's cool. Wow. Guys, it is if Oh my God, you guys saw how close I came to getting stopped out on that short. That came out a bit ago. Jim, that's old news. Okay, wait.
Then I don't have it.
There's Craig.
Oh, negotiations. Say Thursday.
Yeah. Wait, I'm rewatching our reactions when that candle came out. Hold on. That's funny. All right, GG. You're still in?
Yeah. I'm gonna hold
Wow.
for higher.
Way to go. Way to let your runners run.
I mean, prior day high is up here at 250s, so I don't know. This is how I stop myself from over trading.
I did want to see that. I did want to see 156 get taken out on NQ. Came really close and then stopped. So maybe above that, I really like it for continuation higher. But you have YM. Wow, guys. I was talking about we need YM above 89. That thing ripped. Stowe says he came in here to double check if Leo was also long. You know it.
I am also long. Not disappointed.
Looking for the longs in all the right places.
That's incredible, actually. Now we're getting auto-tuned. What would Stowe say here? A new high would be encouraging.
A new high would be encouraging.
It would be. Not gonna lie.
Wait, was that auto tune?
That wasn't, but the other one was.
Can we get that again?
Looking for the longs in all the right places.
Oh, Stowe.
Stowe has a great voice.
I heard he's the lead singer of his band.
He is, because he actually does have a band.
I know. I know he does.
Have you not heard his music? Like his actual.
No, but Jim's trying to convince me to go out. I think they're doing like a little like concert or a little show, and he wants me to go watch. I'm not driving 6 hours to go to that. Sorry, Stowe. Yeah, look, Jim's in the chat talking about meet us in Pittsburgh. Sure, I'll be there, Jim.
I'll be there.
Sure, I'll be there. Yeah. Stowe, plug yourself in. Hurry up. People want to know what kind of music you play. Oh, what a trade, guys. That was amazing. Chunky, I love Miss Rachel. Leo, does your kid watch Miss Rachel?
Not only would that be a no, that would be a hell no.
Why? Not only would that be a no.
Dude,
Why?
my kid, he's a 6-year-old boy. What's he gonna watch Miss Rachel for?
Well, I don't know, to learn stuff.
Okay, so like he watches YouTube videos of other kids doing
Oh,
things.
that's right. Yeah. You told us he's a big YouTuber.
Mhm.
He's big on YouTube.
Yeah. I catch him doing like his own YouTubes, like pretend. He's like and subscribe.
Make sure you thumb up the
Does-
video.
Yeah, he does all the things. It's funny.
Kids are hilarious.
He watches Commando and Predator. That's funny. Does he have a course? Nope. No, there's a lot of kids that do like unboxing videos of toys and just like playing with Hot Wheels and all kinds of stuff that he likes to watch. And he watches a lot of Minecraft. So he watches a lot of kids playing Minecraft.
Chicken jockey.
Let's go. New highs. Please. Please and thank you.
This is looking a little iffy on the 5-minute, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'll be quiet.
CL still selling.
Whoa.
After a
dare they?
successful trade, it's lunch, examined sandwiches, and a pickle on the side with a new zero Pepsi cream soda for added flavor. The washing all down. I mean, that sounds like an ad.
Stow, I'm rooting for your longs, buddy. You too, Leo.
Thank you. Can we get a 200-point runner? Can we get a 300-point runner? We'll find out.
I'm not gonna lie, this is
Check
looking
out
dicey.
the Sean Ryan podcast about Minecraft, and I think everyone. Yeah, I think Sean Ryan is a bit on the edge. I'm not gonna lie. I have listened to some of his stuff. I have it. Everything's frozen.
What froze?
My internet maybe.
You look fine to me. I still hear you too.
Yeah, my charts not moving. Well, the chart's moving now, but the DOM isn't moving.
All right, guys, you get to see my chart instead. Yay.
I'm going to restart the connection.
So if this across all of the indices and CL, if this was showing me on like the 15 or the 30-minute, I would be short Russell and I'd be long crude here. But because it's the 5, I wouldn't take it, especially after a headline. Well, this is looking a little dicey to me. I'm not gonna lie, guys.
We are
See
so
what
back.
happens in the next 2 minutes. Oh, you're good?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I see him moving. Cool. Cool.
It does beg the question.
What?
Any trading platform is bound to break, freak out, have a panic attack. Your computer could crash. What plan do you have in place to manage your risk if that were to happen?
No plan.
ask you that.
What am I supposed to do? I mean, so like I obviously trade directly through TradingView. So for whatever reason TradingView was down, then I just go on like, the Tradeovate or NinjaTrader app.
Mhm.
But if those were down, then I don't know, I'll be cooked.
Yeah.
Do you have a solution?
No, I think everybody's solution is going to be different. I'm always, my phone is always next to me. So like for Ninja, I would just log into the Ninja mobile app and flatten.
Yeah,
know?
me too. But I thought your question was like, if Ninja was down, then what do we do?
Yeah, if Ninja was down, then that's different. That's a different story.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really happen that often.
Mm-hmm. Well,
However, I've had other platforms crash on me. And, there have been a few times where I've had to call my broker. So I've got my broker's number on speed dial if that ever happens. And I also have Ninja's number because I also use Ninja as a broker on speed dial as well.
I don't know if you noticed, but I actually got logged out of my Tradeovate on TradingView literally like a minute before your whole thing froze. And that's been happening a lot. I don't know if it happens to anyone else in the chat. If you trade directly through TradingView, I don't know if the issue is TradingView or if the issue is like, Tradeovate prop, but it's been happening a lot where there's that glitch, just logs you out.
Okay, the real Morford. I will check that. I'll check that out next time that happens to me. I can give him the logs for it too.
Yeah, Jen, it's been happening a lot recently. Especially so like if you're trading prop, props give you the ability to connect on TradingView for free. Right? So if let's say you have multiple accounts with a prop firm, if you're trying to switch between those accounts for whatever reason, I get logged out every single time I'm switching between. It's really annoying. I've tried logging into NinjaTrader instead of Tradeovate, and I've gone back and forth between the two, and it still happens. I don't know what the issue is, but I've noticed it a lot in like the last month.
Is it TradingView that's logging you out of your session?
I
Because I
don't
think Kane
know.
was talking about that, where TradingView is logging people out of their sessions because they think you're logged in somewhere else.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's TradingView itself or if it's NinjaTrader having it set up as you can only have one login. I really don't know what the issue is, but it's been annoying.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can do that, David. You can set up copy trading across multiple prop firms if you get like a third party copy trader.
I sometimes if I let trades run and they come back, I've had a few scenarios where they just come back. I definitely don't always allow them to go to break even. I generally try to cover the trade before that happens, but it has happened from time to time. This is a runner. I'm just letting it go. I'm not trying to overmanage it or anything. It's a free trade for me, just to allow the trade to run. And based on what's happened here, I think the low is pretty good. We're obviously pumping and making new highs.
Wow.
And I have a
This thing is still going.
target up here to yesterday's high, and I want to see it go there. So
Well,
I don't really
ES just swept its previous day high.
ES did.
Mm-hmm. YM is about to as well. Yep.
Wait, your Ninja Mobile has dark mode? Shut up.
He's about to hit you up and ask you how you did that.
Are you lying?
Wait, let me log into mine and see. It might log me out of here if I log in on my phone, but
It says coming soon. What are you talking about? Are you trolling me?
yeah, it says coming soon.
Whatever.
Bro, he just made us look.
Literally. Rage. He's just trying to rage bait.
Oh, thank you, Eric. Thank you, thank you. Where is Pax? Pax will be on tomorrow, I believe.
Was he on this morning?
No, he's only on Fridays.
That's what I thought. Leave some money for us. There's plenty of money in these markets.
Oh my God, Stowe. Yeah, I didn't even realize that was for extended trading hours. I don't know how to make my indicator only do RTH. It's actually annoying. Let me see. Hold on. Does anyone have an indicator for key levels that does RTH, previous day high and low? I switched the time session and it still showed as extended. That's weird.
I know someone.
Yeah, who? Wait, Leo, what's your previous day high for NQ?
210.
210. Okay, yeah, I did. Yeah, mine's on extended because it's showing me.
Is that right? Sorry, that's prior month high. I don't want to lie to you.
I have that as well. Previous month high as at 243 though.
Oh yeah, yours is wrong. I know that.
It's because it's on extended. That's annoying. Hey, if someone send me a good indicator, please.
I can.
Yeah, text it to me, please.
Oh, you know what?
What?
We might not have it, but we can. The daily stuff we haven't done yet, but like we have the V range and the monthly and weekly levels. We haven't done the daily levels yet. So,
So you're telling me I should
what?
You're telling me I should go mess with Claude on my own and figure it out. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no. These are imported via an API. There's no figuring this out. Like you can't get prior month value area in TradingView. The levels won't even be close to accurate.
Brother.
We're sending them to TradingView via an API call because our levels are accurate. They're not being calculated by TradingView. They're being calculated elsewhere.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Jim?
Some good trading I'm watching.
I just found out all my levels are fake.
Yeah. I don't know.
Somehow it's been working out though. Who cares, huh?
It's right. If it works, man.
It works, guys.
Hey, great job last night with Jared. How did you feel about it?
I'll be honest. I mean, I caught myself like as soon as it started, I was a little nervous. And then, as like the conversation went on, that nervousness just went right out the window. And then, the conversation flowed. Felt good.
Good.
Really happy about it.
It was awesome that you did that, and it was a great segment. And not only that, I mean, Jared's just he's a nice person. He's a genuinely nice person.
Yeah. One of my friends was tuned in and they're like, he's so good because he was just like listening to you speak and he was waiting for like trigger words. because like sometimes as we talk about certain things, he obviously this is his expertise, so he knows what to look for and stuff. So
Yeah.
really happy
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. After the show, I popped in the green room to thank him, and he was surprised that I was still around because he did that whole last hour segment.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I've been doing this since 1982, and I need all the retail therapy I can get.
Yeah, right. Let's do group sessions, guys.
It never ends. It never ends.
Funny.
Anyway, Leo, you're all good?
Yeah,
All right.
just letting this run.
My guess is that's. By the way, there's no way you're an introvert when you're out in the wild. I've seen you chasing tornadoes in a video.
Yeah, I don't
Bro,
know, Jim.
Leo's too cool to be an introvert.
I know.
Okay, like if we all got together and hung out, like I would be totally extrovert because like I know you guys. But like if you put me in a group, like a crowd with a bunch of people I don't know, I'm generally just gonna like find like one or two people to talk to and just like whatever, pander off in the corner and chat. Like I'm just not like life of the party extroverted type of person. But like since I know you guys, that would be different because I feel like obviously super, just like super comfortable with you guys, whatever. But it would be different.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it would be different if it was just like a bunch of people that I don't know.
Well, my guess is, and we'll find out in Miami, that Salma's more like me. She's going to be talking to everybody.
Oh my God, yeah, 100%. By the way, Jim.
Yeah.
I land super early Thursday before any of the other traders come, so I'll be reaching out to you and production and whoever else is there and coming to hang out.
Okay, I'll be there too. I'll be there too early, so you got my cell. Just shoot me a note.
All right, cool, awesome.
All right,
really
you
looking
guys.
forward to it.
Great job as usual. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Yeah, Cooper, it was a great stream. Thanks for that. All right, I'm going to do a really quick edge report. We'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 2 o'clock with, let's see, who are we coming back? Oh, XYZ is going to be trading the close. We're going to have Jack is coming back to trade the close, and then Christian is going to join him as well. So it's going to be a great group of traders there this afternoon, and Tracy's going to kick stuff off at 2 o'clock with an afternoon update. So having said that, we're going to do a quick edge report and break for lunch. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thanks,
Bye,
chat.
chat.
See you, Jim.
Oh, interesting things are happening here. It's funny because when we're thinking about the news cycle today with all the terrible things that are going on in the Middle East, you kind of brace yourself for bad news, right? You're like expecting more bad news, but we got the opposite. We got a little bit of good news, and the markets didn't sleep on it. So let's talk about the E-mini S&P right now. This is a daily candle chart right now. We are trading firmly above the March open. That March open, that was 68.20. Deli talked about how important that level was, and it really is. I mean, yesterday we closed above it by a little bit. Made me a little nervous, but today we're driving higher, man. There is no shadow on the top of this daily candle. We're tracking 68.51 and climbing. The retracement level here, we're already up to the 78.6% retracement level, minor level, but still it's a level. And then if you think about it, from this peak high that we saw on January 28th to where we're at right now, and I'm going to adjust my calculation here to kind of reflect the latest price. We are literally only down 2.85% from that annual high. So it's this thing moved like crazy. Look at these green candles. Boom. I mean, this thing just took off. So we'll see how it goes. But anyway, that March level is kind of important for me right now. Moving averages are starting to cross over too. Look at that. 8 EMA crossing above the 21. They're driving up toward the 50. Those are EMAs. And, it looks like a little bit of a bowl of spaghetti maybe, but it'll be an interesting, it's a bullish crossover is what it is. The fast EMA is crossing over the slower EMA. And when I say fast, I mean it's calculating less days back than the slower one, which calculates more days back. So you'll hear that a lot. So that's all that means, right? So the fast one's crossing over the slow one. That's definitely bullish. Let's go intraday. Holy cats, look at that. We went all the way up from a point of control, which I thought was pretty sticky, right? Right above the London IB high, right in the middle of the US IB. That was at 68.14. And, boom, we launched off of that VWAP and just kept rolling. previous session's highs, we took that out. It's 68.47 and a quarter. Jack's 1, which is, the big key gamma level here. That's at 68.50. We just took that off. Next target's up. Well, look at this. We got a lot of empty space until we get all the way up to a PAX line at 80. We just round that one up to 68.90. R1 above that at 91.5, and then one day max. It's 68.95. That one-day max is that expected range for the day that MenthorQ calculates for us. So now it looks like a long way up, but definitely achievable. On the downside, any kind of retracement to the downside, I think is going to have to be based on some bad news, right? We have to get maybe some reversal news. Don't expect it at this point, but it can happen. So I would look for a little retracement to try to maybe get a way in. But right now it's looking pretty strong. Jack's 3, it's unlikely. If we come down here again, it's probably based on a pretty caustic news event, right? That would be 68.25, right above the US IB high. So that's looking pretty perky. Let's shoot over to crude oil. Take a look at the intraday chart really quickly here, and this has been an incredible turnaround here as well. Just to take a peek at where we're at and where we're going, we hit a high, and we'll see this tomorrow's chart, 102.75, give or take. I can't read that. That's too small for my eyes. Then we sold off pretty good. I did start adding, and I haven't updated it yet, added a anchored volume profile. I'll show you how to do that this afternoon. It's really easy. And anchoring the volume profile, sometimes it's significantly different from the session volume profile, and this one is a little different. It's not very pretty, so there's not much technically to talk about other than where, value area low, forget about it. That was right at that one-day max, right at call resistance around 100. We're sitting at the pivot, bottom of the IB low. Pivot right now is holding support. Double bottom, if you just think about it from the opening bell, and where we're at right now. And I know crude oil opens before our regular trading hours in New York, but think of it this way. The news cycle really kicks in then. It really kicks in starting at 9 o'clock. So in any event, that's what's happening here. There's some room on the downside here. We'll see if we continue to break below that IB low, and then you can see some blind spots down here around 98. All right, that is end of morning edge report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the thumbs up, and thank you for the super awesome chat. This is a really good community. It is the best one I've been involved in over many years, and everyone's super positive, helping each other out. High tides lift all boats. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Until then, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we will see you this afternoon.